Chapter 265. Fang Yuan paid 200 yuan stone and entered the inner city with by Ningbing. Although the inner city was built in the mountains, the streets were wide enough to allow 10 carriages to travel side by side. Once they entered, the human traffic decreased to less than half of the outer city. But Gu masters could be seen everywhere. Rank 1 Gu masters were everywhere, Rank 2 Gu masters mixed in, and occasionally 1 or 2 Rank 3 Gu masters. Ordinary mortals were few in number. After all, to enter this place, each person had to pay 100 yuan stone. Many Gu masters were unwilling to spend this money even if they had servants to serve them. The lighting in the inner city used a type of charcoal. Charcoal burned for a long time and did not produce any smoke. Fang and Bai walked an average of 100 steps, and they would see a hole dug in the wall, with a pile of charcoal burning inside. Although the heat emitted by the charcoal was not high, with so many charcoal burning continuously, the air in the inner city was still hot and dry. Unlike the outer city, where there were all sorts of buildings, it was very messy. The buildings here had a unified structure and looked similar, using red heat-resistant rocks. All sorts of side roads extended out from the two sides of the street. At the same time, every 500 steps on the street, there would be a huge pillar. The surface of the pillar had a spiral stone staircase that went around the pillar, with a railing on the outside. Through the stone staircase, people could go up or down to the streets of the next level. The inner city was not a normal city, it was three-dimensional. From top to bottom, there were countless streets and houses, all connected to each other, extending in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked towards the mountain. This was not their destination yet. At a certain place, there was a checkpoint. The Gu masters guarding it had higher cultivation, and the defenses were even tighter. Please stop. Do you have a token? The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang clan gave out tokens with different authority to different people. This is our first time here, Fang Yuan said. Of course he did not have a token. In that case, please pay 200 yuan stone each, the guard said. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and the guard let them in. The two thus arrived at 4th Inner City. Shangliang Mountain had been under Shang clan's management for thousands of years. The entire interior of the mountain had been remodeled by Shang clan. Roads were dug, buildings were built, and areas were laid out. Thus, the inner city was extremely large. From the inside to the outside, it was divided into 5 districts. The first inner city was also called the Central Inner City. It was the center of Shang clan's political power, and also an important military location. The second inner city, also known as the Family City, was only for Shang clan disciples to stay in. The third inner city had an elegant environment and fresh air. It was a high-class area. The fourth inner city was the middle area. The fifth inner city was a low-end district. Further out was the outer city, where there was a huge flow of people. Compared to the inner city, the management of the loading and unloading of goods was more chaotic. This kind of building structure was like a termite hill on Earth. The termite hill was 4 to 10 meters high, and the ants lived inside. The tiny tunnels were interconnected, and it was extremely intricate. As soon as the two of them entered the fourth inner city, they felt the air was moist and the temperature was dropping. The fourth inner city was a grade higher than the fifth inner city. Not only was the entrance tax doubled, but it was also reflected in other aspects. First of all, they did not use cheap charcoal, but planted a large amount of rank 1 grass goo. Its name was Moonlight Creeper. This vine leaf plant was attached to the walls on both sides of the street, spreading out and could be seen everywhere. Their rhizomes were dark blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a faint blue moonlight. In one section of the tunnel, there were tens of thousands of leaves, emitting a gentle blue light. Because of the large number of vine leaves, the air here was moist, and water vapor spread. At the places close to the ground, it condensed into mist. The moonlight refracted in the mist, forming a light mist. It gave people the illusion that they were strolling in a fairyland when they walked on the street. The buildings here were decorated with carvings. There were artificial lawns, flower beds, and occasionally fake mountains, pavilions, and so on. There were even fewer people on the road. Rank 2 Gu Masters had already become the mainstream. After all, to a Rank 1 Gu Master, just the 200 primeval stones at the entrance was a huge expenditure. The most obvious feeling was that the streets of the fifth inner city were still very noisy. But here, it was much quieter. The two walked deeper into the city and arrived at the city gate. Without a token, if you want to enter third inner city, you will have to pay 600 yuan stone. The guard Gu master leader was already rank 3. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone and finally arrived at third district. This place was different from fourth inner city. All the construction materials used were star stones. This stone was widely used by Gu masters to refine Gu and could emit bright starlight in the darkness. The whole of third inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking around, there was a sea of starlight, and one's vision was clear, without the obstruction of the light mist. The air was also very fresh. Looking around, there were pavilions with red walls and green tiles. Bamboo forests and famous trees were transplanted, fake mountains were built, and even spring water was drawn in, causing water to flow. There were few people on the streets. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. So rich and imposing. By Ning Bing estimated, just the cost of the facilities in front of them was a dizzying amount. Shang clan was the wealthiest clan in southern border. Some people said that a single leg hair was thicker than a person's waist. Although this was an exaggeration, it was not groundless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. The whole of Shang clan city was a three-dimensional mountain. Shang clan's businesses were spread all over southern border. How much wealth Shang clan had, no outsider could say for sure. But Fang Yuan at least knew, just the cost of building this third inner city was comparable to the combined wealth of a dozen Gu villages. At this place, even rank 2 Gu masters were rarely seen. Occasionally, the two would see a Gu master, almost all of them rank 3. This was Fang Yuan's destination. If he went deeper, he would reach second inner city. But to enter second inner city, it was not a matter of yuan stone. He needed a token issued by Shang clan. And this token had to be of a high standard. Tongyu shop. Fang Yuan looked at the signboard and walked in. This was a shop that sold Gu worms. Esteemed guests, please have a seat inside. A young girl in charge of reception walked over and said softly. Her aura was revealed. She was actually a rank 1 Gu master. Although Fang and Bai were wearing mortal clothes, one was ugly and one was in dire straits. This Gu master girl still had a respectful attitude, showing her outstanding character. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were led into a private room. This was an individual room, with sandalwood tables and chairs, carved beams and painted rafters, and paintings hung on the pure white walls. The words were like dancing dragons and phoenixes, the strokes strong and firm. Through the window, one could see the courtyard, with green trees and red flowers, and the chirping of birds. The young Gu master girl served 2 cups of fragrant tea and left. As soon as she left, an old man walked in. I wonder if esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? The old man was a rank 2 Gu master. He cupped his fists and asked with a smile. I want to buy and also sell. Fang Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The old man laughed, and 2 rays of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. They were 2 bookworms. The bookworm was only a rank 1 Gu worm, but it was extremely precious, comparable to the liquor worm. Once it appeared in the market, it would be snatched up by people. Thus, it was often priceless. It was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis, and although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its body was like a spindle, round and cute. Its whole body was pure white, and its surface seemed to be coated with a layer of enamel, giving it a glossy shine. Touching it, it was smooth and moist, like a high-quality porcelain. Bookworm was a storage-type Gu, similar to the Tusita flower. The difference was, Tusita flower stored objects, while bookworm stored intangible knowledge and information. Even if it self-destructed, it would only explode into a harmless white light. Please take a look, the old Gu master said. The 2 bookworms were refined by him, and could be considered as being lent to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang and Bai each mobilized a portion of snow-silver primeval essence, injecting it into the bookworm. The bookworm immediately turned into a white light, entering between the 2's eyebrows. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's minds gained a wealth of information. These contents were deeply imprinted in their minds, as if they had been repeatedly recited. Bai Ningbing was secretly tongue-tied. Tongyu shop sold tins of thousands of goo worms. There were so many of them that it dazzled one's eyes. Among them, there was no lack of rare goo worms like bookworm and liquorworm. From low to high, it covered rank 1 to rank 5. Of course, there were no rank 6 goo worms. Every goo worm had a detailed introduction, explaining their effects. There was even a price, and for some higher-ranked, rare and precious goo worms, there were all kinds of token standards. This meant that goo masters had to have the token issued by Shang Clan to have the qualifications to buy these goo worms. Fang Yuan needed to buy large amounts of goo worms. After roughly looking through it, he retracted his mind and called out the bookworm, returning it to the old man. Although he had tens of thousands of yuan stone on him, there was still a huge gap to buy these goo worms. The crucial point was not just money. Some of the goo that he planned to buy also had token standards. Dear customer, what do you like? If you buy in large quantities, our Tongyu shop will give you a corresponding discount. The old man smiled. Seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more polite. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, I have goo worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear goo. The old man was not surprised. There were many who came to Tongyu shop to buy goo worms, but there were also many who sold goo worms. He held the bone spear goo, and with just a glance, his face showed a trace of astonishment. He had never seen a bone spear goo before. Of course, he had never seen one before. This was Grey Bone Scholar's unique goo worm. It was never sold in the market. Esteemed customer, please enlighten me. The old man's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan nodded, drinking a mouthful of tea. No problem. This is called bone spear goo. It is a goo worm of a clan. I will lend it to you. You will know once you try it. The old man tested it on the spot, muttering, this goo, although it is only rank 1 and is not well raised, but its attack is not bad, and it is unique. It is worth this price. Chapter 266. 310? Seeing the old man's figure, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquorworm's market price was 580 yuan stone. Bookworm was slightly higher sometimes, reaching 600. Black and white boar goo was also 600 yuan stone. But these goo were all rare rank 1 goo, and because they were few in number, their prices were high. An ordinary rank 1 goo was around 250 yuan stone, and a consumable rank 1 goo like the vitality leaf was 50 yuan stone per piece. Setting the bone spear goo's price at 310 was already not bad. The old man from Tongyu shop did not try to lower the price. But even so, Fang Yuan had to raise the price as much as possible. To him, haggling was a skill that he had mastered in his previous life. After a few words, the old man had no choice but to raise the price by another 10 yuan stone. 1 bone spear goo, 320 yuan stone. All right, let's go with this price. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and a bunch of light spots flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear goo floated in front of the old man, scaring him a little. So many. He immediately regretted. Every increase of 10 yuan stone, he would have to pay close to 600 yuan stone. In fact, when Fang Yuan was at Baigu Mountain, he had taken 200 bone spear goo. But along the way, due to the lack of food, most of them had died, and only this much was left. 56 goo, that is 17,920 yuan stone. I will order someone to bring the yuan stone over. The old man kept the bone spear goo. No hurry, let's look at this goo first. Fang Yuan smiled and summoned a spiral bone spear goo. This is a rank 2 goo. It seems to be the bone spear goo. The old man showed a shocked expression. That's right, after the bone spear goo fusion is completed, you can obtain the spiral bone spear goo. It has a penetrating force and is quite powerful. Its power is quite impressive. Fang Yuan introduced in a timely manner. The old man tested it, and it was indeed as Fang Yuan said. He quoted a price of 780 yuan. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fang Yuan raised the price to 800 yuan per pill. He had taken good care of these spiral bone spear goo. There were 20 in his aperture. In this way, it was sold for a price of 16,000 primal stones. Let's look at this goo, 7,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan quoted the price and took out the bone spike goo. He continued with the introductions. The old man held the bone spike goo, but did not dare to test it carelessly, smiling bitterly. This goo is a rank 3 goo, but it deals 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. When the bone spikes pierce through the flesh, it would definitely be extremely painful. To use it, a healing goo was needed. 7,000 is too high, 6,500 yuan stones. This number is just right. Let's not haggle. I'll give you a little more. Let's make it $6,700, Fang Yuan said. In the previous 2 rounds of confrontation, this made the old man realize how troublesome Fang Yuan was. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal? That will be 40,620 yuan stone. Fang Yuan's eyes turned as he reported the exact number. The old man suddenly bent his back. He bowed towards Fang Yuan. Esteemed customer, I have never seen these goo worms you want to sell after so many years of managing the shop. Moreover, they are all interconnected. Layer by layer, they seem to be of the same origin. May I ask, esteemed customer, do these goo belong to the same inheritance? Fang Yuan nodded. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell. That's right. I inherited an inheritance by chance and obtained these goo worms. The old man's expression turned joyful. In that case, esteemed customer must have the corresponding goo refinement recipe. Esteemed customer's luck is truly enviable. Why don't you sell these recipes to my shop as well? Fang Yuan frowned. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo, bone spike goo. Not only he had them, Bai clan also had them. So be it if he sold them. But he had obtained the complete fusion recipe from Flesh Sack's secret chamber. It was the only one in the world. Such things could not be sold easily. As long as they are goo worms and recipes below rank 6, they are all valuable. But how much yuan stone can you offer? Fang Yuan thought about it and asked. As long as the price was right, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. The 40,000 yuan stone he obtained from selling bone spear goo and the others was far from enough for his plan. The old man raised 2 fingers. 200,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan had sold so many goo worms, but it was only 40,000. A formless recipe, however, could be sold for 200,000. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. The method to catch fish was far more valuable than the fish itself, because being able to catch fish meant that there would be an endless supply of fish. To Tongyu shop, with the recipe, it meant that bone spear goo and the others could be produced continuously. It would become a long-term trading point, with no other shops. Thus, the price of the white bone recipe would naturally be much higher. But Fang Yuan sneered. 200,000. You dare to offer this price? The old man's face turned red. This price was indeed too low. He immediately said, 300,000. Fang Yuan shook his head and was about to leave. The old man gritted his teeth. 500,000. This price is more reasonable. I will sell it to you for 680,000. Fang Yuan leisurely sipped his tea. The old man had a bitter expression. 500,000 is already my highest price. Esteemed customer, you sold so many bone spear goo. We can actually hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is already not bad to be able to sell it for 500,000. Fang Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. This recipe in my hands is unique in the world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell. You are not the only shop in Shangclan City, am I right? Esteemed customer, you might not know this, but although there is more than one shop in Shangclan City, they are all under the jurisdiction of my young manager. Esteemed customer, if you cannot sell it here, you will not be able to sell it anywhere else. If you do not sell the recipe, I am afraid you will not be able to sell these goo worms. The old man cupped his fists. His tone was soft but firm, containing a hint of threat. Oh, then I would like to try. Fang Yuan retrieved all his goo worms and stood up to leave. Esteemed customer, I will advise you nicely. Please stay and sell it. The old man urged him to stay. Fang Yuan ignored him and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed customer, you will definitely come back to me? The old man sneered. After Fong and Bai left Tongyu shop. The moment Fong and Bai left, the old man came to the secret room and activated his primeval essence, shooting out a goo. This goo turned into a ray of light and entered the bronze mirror on the wall of the secret room. Ripples appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror, and a young man's face appeared. Subordinate greets young master. Seeing this young goo master, the old man quickly knelt on the ground. What do you want? This young man was one of Shang clan's young masters, Shang Jibao. He was only 18 years old, the prime of his youth, but he had been indulging in wine and women for a long time. His face was thin, his skin was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. The old man told him about Fong Yuan's matter. Shang Jibao's eyes shone with an excited and sinister light. Very good, he cried. Heaven never bars one's way. I was just worrying about how to keep my young clan leader position, but heaven sent me such a huge gift. I need to get this inheritance. With this great achievement, I will be able to pass this year's evaluation. I will do my best, but I am only in charge of Tongyu shop, the other shops. I will arrange it, humph. If these two want to sell their goo worms, they can only lower their heads to me. Shang Jibao snorted in disdain. 8 Treasures shop. I am sorry, the higher-ups have informed me that you want to sell goo. Please go to Tongyu shop. Yuan Fong building. So it is 2 esteemed guests. If esteemed guests can sell the recipe, everything can be discussed. Standalone pavilion. You two are esteemed guests. I am doing business. Why would I chase away my guests? But I have no choice. After going to 3 shops, Fong Yuan did not manage to sell his goo worms. Haha. To think you would suffer such a setback. It seems that Old Thing was right. This is his territory. Bai Ningbing did not hold back on attacking Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was rejected several times, but his expression was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yinfei has many children, but there is only 1 young clan leader position and 10 young master positions. Every year, Shang clan leader will conduct an evaluation to choose the young clan leader and get rid of the worst among the 10 young masters. The vacated position will be filled by his other children. Bai Ningbing had a flash of inspiration. So it is like this. This means that this Shang clan young master is either competing for the young clan leader position or protecting the young master position. Otherwise, he would not make such a big fuss. Fong Yuan clapped. This is Shang clan's 3rd inner city. We cannot use force here. Even if Bai clan's people come to capture us, they cannot do so here. To Shang clan young masters, the restriction is even greater. The evaluation is near. Our every move will be watched by others. We are not in a hurry. Let's find a place to stay first. Once they reached Shang clan city, they would not have to worry about food. At most, they would raise these bone spear goo for a few more days and see who can outlast the other. At the same time, first inner city. Did you find out? Shang Yinfei stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the courtyard. This lady is indeed clan leader's flesh and blood. Furthermore, her soul was normal, and she wasn't possessed by someone. We have already contacted Zhang clan's clansmen and confirmed her identity. But there is something strange. She came to Shangliang Mountain with a caravan, but we could not find anyone else in the caravan with her. External clan elder Wei Yang reported. Shang Xian Ci did not speak, but sighed inwardly. Oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my guilt. I have already let down a woman. I will not let down this daughter of mine. Shang Xian Ci sat in front of the table, looking at the rising steam of the tea. Her eyes lost focus. From Xiao Dai, she learned of Shang Yinfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the great Shang clan leader. A man with great authority, every move of his could affect the entire southern border. Then why did he not go and see her mother? Shang Xian Ci was naturally intelligent. She quickly understood why Shang Yinfei abandoned her and her mother. But even before her death, her mother still missed him. Shang Xian Ci's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred, but most of all, she was at a loss. She did not know how to face this father who suddenly appeared, but it was impossible to escape. Someone knocked on the door. Ci Air, can I come in? Xiao Dai immediately became nervous. Chapter 267. Shang Yinfei smiled and entered the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly bowed, but Shang Xian Ci sat by the table, motionless. not even moving her eyes. Shang Yinfei also sat beside the table. His voice was extremely gentle. How are you feeling now? Shang Xinci was not an unruly person. She stood up and took a few steps back, bowing lightly. Shang clan leader need not worry too much. I fainted because I was too emotional. I have recovered now. I can hear and see clearly. I am fine now. Shang Yinfei quickly waved his hand. You are fine. Sit down and talk. Shang Xinci only called him Shang clan leader. Such a deliberately distant tone made his heart ache. Shang Xinci sat down again. Xiao Dai reacted and poured some tea for Shang Yinfei. Tell me, how have you been living these years? Shang Yinfei gently looked at Shang Xinci. I'm doing okay. Shang Xinci's answer was brief. It was obvious that she did not want to talk about it further. On the other hand, Xiao Dai grumbled. Miss has always been ostracized by the clan since she was young. After Madame passed away, they became even more aggressive. They even wanted to annex our family's property. They were too hateful. Master, you have to uphold justice for Miss. Little Butterfly, pour your tea properly. Shang Xinci rolled her eyes at Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai immediately shut up and stopped talking. Shang Yinfei suffered a setback but was not angry at all. His heart was filled with tender affection. He smiled. By the way, how did you get here? It's a long way from the Zhang family to here. Master, you almost couldn't see the young miss. Our journey this time was filled with danger. There were thousands of people in the caravan, but only the 4 of us were left. Fortunately, we met the help of Sir Hei-Tu and Sir White Cloud. Otherwise, Xiao Dai couldn't hold it in and blurted out, Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai could only shut her mouth again. Shang Yinfei memorized the 2 names, Hei-Tu and Bai Yun, as he smiled and said, From now on, you will live here. It is very safe. When you are free, you can take a walk in the courtyard or the streets outside. You've just arrived here, so you're not familiar with the place yet. It's easy for you to get lost. I will send one of your maidservants over. She is familiar with the environment here. I'll be leaving first. You guys cultivate well. Shang Yinfei could tell that Shang Yinfei needed time to adjust himself. He had to give her time and space to adapt. Old Master is such a good person. Although you are the Shang clan leader, you are so kind. Miss, he is your biological father after all. Xiao Dai advised as she watched Shang Yinfei leave. I know. From the first time I saw him, I understood Mother's good intentions. Before Mother died, she told me to come to Shangliang Mountain, but she didn't say anything, because she wasn't sure if he would recognize me as his daughter. Although he did recognize me now, I didn't feel good about it. Everything happened so suddenly. Miss, no matter what, no matter where you go, Little Butterfly will always be by your side. Little Butterfly sat in front of the table, grabbed Shang Xinci's hand, and encouraged her. Shang Xinci nodded, moved, and put her other hand on Xiao Dai's hand. Of course, it would be even better if Miss could stay. After all, this was a Shang clan. Oh my God, glory, splendor, and wealth are at your fingertips, Miss. Even Zhang clan is not fit to carry Shang clan's shoes, Miss. Xiao Dai made a face as she shouted, You. Shang Xinci was angry and amused at the same time. She felt helpless toward Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai giggled. Her laughter slowly infected Shang Xinci, dispelling some of the depression in her heart. Shang Yinfei walked out of the room. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was dressed in a black robe and had blood-red hair. His face was handsome. His eyes flickered with cold light. His habitually pursed lips revealed his resolute and decisive personality. He was Shang Yinfei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was vicious and merciless. For the position of clan leader, he had forced 2 brothers and 1 sister to commit suicide. He was decisive in killing. When he had just ascended to the position, a remote village thought it was too far away and attacked a Shang clan's caravan. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. He beheaded all the captives who surrendered, piling up their heads into a small hill, and placed them in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He was ruthless. After ascending to the position, he consolidated his authority, promoted his trusted aides, and suppressed those who disagreed. At once, he established more than 10 external clan elders. In just 3 years, he was the only voice left in the entire Shang clan's higher-ups. He had great foresight and talent in management. After so many years, Shang clan's caravan had expanded by more than 3 times. More than 100 clans expressed their allegiance to Shang clan, becoming an enormous hidden force. He appointed people based on merit, even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he ascended to the position, it was reduced by a third. What was even rarer was that he had outstanding talent with a great aptitude, and while he was in charge of the clan, his cultivation also continued to rise, making others jealous and envious. This was Shang Yanfei, the man who stood at the peak of the southern border's mortals. Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female Gu master bowed towards him. Tianlan, from today onwards, you will serve Lady Cier with all your heart. Understand? Shang Yanfei said coldly. Subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are around Lady Cier, pay more attention and ask around. Miss Cier may not like to talk much, but the servant girl beside her is very outspoken. She is your breakthrough point. I want you to find out how they came to Shangliang Mountain. Yes, subordinate understands. All right, you can go now. Subordinate takes her leave. Tianlan was an orphan Shang Yanfei adopted. She was loyal and could be used without worry. She was also very capable, and 3 days later, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Bai Yun, demonic Gu master. Shang Yanfei rubbed his chin. If this is true, I have to thank the two of them properly. But to prevent other possibilities, I need to investigate again. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei called Wei Yong. Go find these two. One is He Tu, the other is Bai Yun, a male and female, demonic Gu masters. Their appearance is third inner city. It has already been 3 days. Have those two been living in Nanqiu Garden? Yes, young master. From that day onwards, they have been living in seclusion. At most, they would come out to buy some milk from cows and sheep. Subordinate guesses that the milk is used to feed those Gu worms. Damn it. Shang Yazi gritted his teeth. His gaze was like a knife, wishing he could crush Fong and Bai. The evaluation was about to begin, and among the 10 young masters, he was the last. If he did not have any results, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yanfei had many children, but there were only 10 young master positions in Shang clan. Between ordinary children and young masters, Shang clan's treatment was like heaven and earth. Young masters were the center of attention. They could control one of Shang Liang City's businesses. They had limitless glory and great profits. Young clan leaders were even more incredible. But if they were ordinary children, their treatment was no different from ordinary clansmen. Shang Yazi had already experienced the power of a young master. If he was to return to the life of an ordinary child, he might as well die. Thus, he had to get that inheritance. Not only did he have to get it, he had to lower the price. The lower the price, the better his results would be. But Fong and Bai were stubborn like rocks, not willing to lower their heads to him. If this was 4th inner city or 5th inner city, he could play some tricks and force them to lower their heads. But these two were staying in 3rd inner city. Even if Shang Yazi had 100 guts, he would not dare to use force here. This can't go on. They are wasting time. But I can't. Looks like I have to go personally, Humph. The more Shang Yazi thought, the more restless he became. Finally, he brought a group of confidants to Nanqiu Garden. Nanqiu Garden was a garden for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd inner city, there were no inns, only small gardens like this one. Staying here for a day would cost 30 yuan stone. 10 days would be 300. In a month, it would be close to 1,000 yuan stone. Nanqiu Garden's price, in 3rd inner city, was considered cheap. Some large gardens cost 100 yuan stone a day, and some special gardens, even if you had yuan stone, you would not be able to stay. You had to have a Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Especially in 3rd inner city, the prices were very high. When Shang Yazi brought his men to visit, Fong and Bai were playing chess in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Shang Yazi snorted and said in an indifferent tone, You two sure are in a good mood. Why didn't you go to other shops to ask? What is there to ask? Those who want to buy will naturally come here, don't you think so? Fong Yuan smiled lightly. You. Shang Yizi was furious. Fong Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions with difficulty, and said arrogantly, I see that you two have it tough. Forget it. 500,000 yuan stone it is. Are you happy now? 500,000 yuan stone? Hee, not selling. The lowest price is 650,000. Fong Yuan glanced at Shang Yizi before turning his gaze back to the chessboard. Shang Yizi's eyes squinted, walking a few steps to Fong Yuan and threatened in a low voice. You two demonic goo masters, still pretending. I've already investigated your background. This inheritance was snatched from Bai clan, right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's 2 young clan leaders. I advise you to stop while you're ahead and quickly sell it. Let me tell you, these few days, a Tai clan group has already arrived at Shangliang Mountain and are investigating your whereabouts. Tell me, if I tell them you are here, what will happen? Oh, then go ahead and tell them. Fong Yuan laughed. You. Shang Yizi pointed at Fong Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. Let me tell you, 500,000 yuan stone is enough to show my sincerity. Other than selling it to me, do you have any other choice? None. This is my territory. You better understand the situation. Right at this time, a light descended from the sky, turning into a goo master. This goo master looked around and slightly bowed, saying to Fong and Bai, Sirs He Tu and Bai Yun, I am Wei Yang, under orders from clan leader. I invite you two to second inner city for a chat. What? Lord Father wants to meet them. Shang Yizi felt a bolt of lightning striking him. His eyes opened wide, showing a terrified expression. Chapter 268. Shang Yizi turned pale with fright. Suppressing the price was against the rules. If he was found out, he would be severely punished. This was an organization. Once one was in a high position, they had to follow the rules of the organization. The rules of the organization were used to protect the interests of the upper echelons. Even though many organizations claimed to represent the interests of the majority, it was just a gimmick. Thus, the higher one was, the more they had to follow the rules. In contrast, the middle and lower echelons could be corrupted. Of course, at the upper echelons, the benefits of the individual and the organization were closely intertwined. Often, the organization's benefits represented their own benefits. Shang Yizi was only a fake upper echelon. He was one of the 10 young masters of Shang clan. He was the center of attention, but his true authority came from his father. Thus, he was just a rootless duckweed. This meant that when he violated the rules, the punishment he would receive would be even harsher. Because many people were watching him. Impossible. I had already investigated before coming here, and even spent a lot of yuan stone to buy information on them from Fengyu Manor. These two are demonic goo masters, and are wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father summon them? Shang Yizi felt this was unthinkable. It was like a tycoon was making things difficult for 2 beggars. Suddenly, the imperial edict came. These 2 beggars were summoned by the emperor. The reason why Shang Yizi dared to suppress Fong Yuan was because he saw that they were alone. He wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do this in secret. No one would know, and it would be foolproof. Of course, there were risks in this. But to protect his young master position, Shang Yizi had to take the risk. These 2 people clearly have no background at all. How did they get involved with Father? Damn it. Has the world gone crazy? What should I do? If the 2 of them leak this matter out, my young lord position is definitely finished. Kill them? No, that was courting death. In 3rd Inner City, I have no chance. Now that I have Father's attention, it is even more impossible. Most importantly, these 2 bastards, he is rank 3 peak stage. How can I live like this? In an instant, Shang Yizi's thoughts moved like lightning, trying to think of a solution. His eyes moved around, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time, it was too much. Damn it. What else can I do? What else can I do? He roared anxiously in his heart. Shang clan leader is summoning us? What's the reason? Fong Yuan expressed his confusion. Bai Ningbing was even more confused. What was going on? She first suspected that it was Feng Yuan's doing, so she cast a glance at Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan's puzzled expression confused her. She couldn't help but think that she and Feng Yuan had always been inseparable. If Feng Yuan wanted to do something, how could he hide it from her? Furthermore, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even with Bai Ningbing's pride, she had to admit Shang Yinfei's power and influence. But why do I feel like something is wrong, as if I have overlooked something? Wei Yang smiled. Don't worry, if Shang clan wanted to harm you, why would they need to go through so much trouble? This is a friendly invitation. The clan leader is very interested in the two of you. It is our honor to be summoned by Shang clan leader. We can set off immediately. Feng Yuan threw away the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Shang Yizi was anxious, he quickly said. 650,000 yuan stone. We have a deal. Feng Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I do not intend to sell the recipe. Shang Yizi's face turned pale, his mouth was dry. He looked at Feng Yuan with a pleading gaze. I was too impatient. Please forgive me. The price can be negotiated. After you return, we can discuss in detail. We can have a good talk. Feng Yuan smiled faintly without saying a word. Who would want to talk to you? But temporarily stabilizing this person could prevent him from doing anything out of desperation. It would reduce some trouble. Thus, Feng Yuan nodded. If Shang clan young master is sincere, I will look forward to it. Shang Yizi's expression relaxed, revealing a grateful and joyful expression. It was like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, suddenly grabbing onto a tree on the cliff. All right, I will wait for you, he quickly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yang extended his hand. Please. Following Wei Yang, Feng and Bai arrived at the second inner city. Bai Ningbing was looking forward to the luxurious second inner city, but here, she was shocked and disappointed. The second inner city was mainly made of stone houses. It was extremely simple, even inferior to the fourth inner city. However, she quickly realized something, and her expression became solemn. It had always been. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Shang clan was as wealthy as a mountain, but abided by simplicity. This was not being stingy, but to maintain the vitality of the entire clan. Wei Yang brought the two to a private residence. Esteemed guests, why don't you have some fruits here? Lord Clan Leader has just come out of closed cultivation and is handling some matters. He will be here soon. This is the clan leader's private residence. Please stay here and do not casually walk around. I will take my leave. There was no one in the private residence. Wei Yang left, leaving Feng and Bai here. The two of them waited here for a full 6 hours, but did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Wei Yang said they could have some fruits, but where were they? There wasn't even tea. For the first hour, Feng Yuan sat on a wooden chair with a wide back. For the second hour, he muttered to himself, gradually unable to sit still, showing an anxious expression. By the 6th hour, he was visibly restless and pacing around the house. Who is this Shang clan leader? He wants us to wait here. Where is he himself? Such arrogance. Feng Yuan paced back and forth, his tone indignant. Can you sit down? My eyes are going blurry. Can't you just cultivate in peace? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. This was not like the usual Feng Yuan. This is strange. Do you think Shang clan leader really wants to see us? Feng Yuan frowned. How would I know? I was the one who wanted to ask you. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, asking suspiciously, did you do something bad and offend Shang clan? Feng Yuan snorted. I have been with you for a long time. You still don't know me? There is no one in this private residence. It makes me feel uneasy. Let's go out and take a look. Bai Ningbing thought about it. Standing up, all right. Feng and Bai walked out of the house. This courtyard was not big, and there was nothing strange about it. At the same time, in first inner city, in the study room, colorful smoke coiled and rose in front of Shang Yinfei, showing Feng and Bai's image. Wei Yang, what do you think of these two? Shang Yinfei sat, testing his trusted aide. Wei Yang pondered. From what I can see, these two are demonic goo masters. According to the information, they are ranked 3 peak stage at such a young age. Their talent is unparalleled. Among these two, He Tu is more straightforward and has a strong drive. Bai Yun, on the other hand, has a deep mind and is more shrewd. He Tu, Bai Yun, these names should be fake. Your analysis is good. In that case, you will be in charge of receiving these two in these days. Let's test their skills and probe their background. Shang Yin-fei finished speaking and withdrew the colorful mist. He was only concerned about Shang Xinci and had no interest in Fong and Bai. He already had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these two people after a little probing just now. Combining with the information he had, Shang Yin-fei had a rough impression of them. Demonic Gu masters were not all crazy people. These two were not bad, maybe because they were young, but one could clearly feel their pride. Usually, people with principles were people with lofty and unyielding character. First impressions were very important. Honestly speaking, Shang Yin-fei had a good impression of Fong and Bai. But he was a cautious person, and people who could sit in his position were all cautious. He was still waiting for the people he sent out to investigate to return, waiting for everything to be confirmed and stable. Deal with it like this, go ahead. Shang Yin-fei waved his hand, and from the tall stack of documents on the table, he took out the top one. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and there were already so many matters piled up. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked around this private residence, and indeed, there was no one. The two were hesitating whether to go out and take a look, when Wei Yang turned into light and arrived. Both of you, Lord Clan Leader is busy and cannot leave. This meeting can only be cancelled. He apologized with a sincere expression. What? You want us to come and go as you please? Fang Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent, not saying anything. Wei Yang smiled. Both of you are esteemed guests. How could the Shang clan chase our esteemed guests away? To express his apologies, Lord Clan Leader has specially ordered me to receive you two. I have already booked a banquet at Shi Tian restaurant. I hope you two esteemed guests will come. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, before Fang Yuan said, coincidentally, we are hungry. Let's go fill our stomachs first. Shi Tian restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Shangclan City, occupying an entire floor of 3rd Inner City. The style was elegant, the dishes were sumptuous, and there were specialized gu masters as chefs, using special gu worms to cook. Thus, the dishes they made were all top-notch delicacies that could not be obtained through ordinary means. The meal lasted for over 4 hours. There were over 100 dishes, each with their own specialties. The wine was exquisite, and the aftertaste was endless. But Bai Ningbing did not eat much, as she was worried about the Shang clan leader's invitation. During the banquet, she tried to probe Wei Yang, but Wei Yang was a cautious person and kept his mouth shut. Instead, Fang Yuan ate until his mouth was full of grease. He drank too much and started to shout loudly, as if he had forgotten all of his anger and dissatisfaction earlier. Wei Yang looked at Fang Yuan drinking wine from a wine jar, and then at Bai Ningbing, who was only drinking water, and immediately felt that the ugly Fang Yuan was more adorable. After the meal, Wei Yang sent the two back to Nanxiu Garden. Chapter 269. On the second day, Wei Yang came to Nanxiu Garden as expected and invited Fong and Bai to tour Shangclan City. Our Shangclan City is the largest city in the southern border in terms of area. Shangclan has operated here for thousands of years, and the whole Shangliang Mountain has been remodeled. Here, there are tens of thousands of shops, and hundreds of thousands of people live here. You two haven't eaten yet. Let me bring you to a famous breakfast shop first. This way, please. Fong and Bai followed Wei Yang, walking down the stone stairs. After about 3 floors, they came to a shop called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shangclan City is divided into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th inner city, and outer city. If we arrange it from top to bottom, it can be divided into many zones, such as food zone, gambling zone, nursing zone, brothel zone, and so on. Wei Yang introduced. This is the food zone. There are many restaurants, and most have gu master chefs. There are countless delicacies here. This is the nursing zone. Many gu masters have too many gu worms, and can place them here to be nurtured. Fees are charged according to the situation. Normally, A rank 1 Gu costs 80 yuan stone a month. We are now at the Gu fighting zone. This is purely a Gu fighting zone. Gu masters cannot fight and can only control their Gu worms. If you too have a suitable Gu worm, you can give it a try. This is the brothel zone, the place with the most brothels in Shangclan City. Many Gu masters come here to relax. The two of you are also traveling merchants, so you must know the immense pressure that comes with traveling. Here, you can find women, men, and even Gu masters. Why are you two not interested? With Wei Yang, the local tyrant, leading them, by Ning Bing's horizons were broadened. Shangclan City was bustling with activity, making one forget to return home. A day was too short, and Shangclan City was too big. Even if the three took a quick tour, they could not even cover 1% of Shangclan City. On the third day, Wei Yang came again to entertain Fong and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. The two are Gu masters, and naturally know the difficulty of refining Gu worms. To us, the biggest fear is encountering stubborn wild Gu worms, or Gu left behind by famous experts. The higher the rank of the Gu, the harder it was to refine. Back then, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years to refine a rank 5 dragon strength Gu. Hence, substitute refining is very necessary, and there has always been a market for it. This is the auction area. Small auctions would be held here every day. Every week or two, there would be a medium-sized auction. At the end of every month, there would be at least one large-scale auction. The items that appear in auctions are usually good stuff. This is the martial arts area. There are more than 80 large and small martial arts arenas. This is always the most lively place. There was a single-person battle stage for Gu masters to practice their Gu worms. There was a double battle stage for Gu masters to spar with each other. There are also many people fighting in the martial arts arena. Just like what Wei Yang said, the battle zone was the liveliest place in Shangclan City. It was noisy here, and people were coming and going. Rank 3 Gu masters were everywhere. Big Brother Wei, why are you here? A young man in the crowd immediately called out when he saw Wei Yang and quickly walked over. This man was about 27 or 28 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but gave off a strong aura. Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way to 3rd Inner City. Well done. Wei Yang patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my battle strength also rose. Speaking of which, I have to thank Big Brother Wei Yang for your guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. The young man thanked sincerely. Your talent is not bad. You can still do it without me. You are not even 30 yet, but you are already rank 3 middle stage. You are much stronger than me back then. Haha. Wei Yang laughed. The young man looked at Wei Yang with a gaze of worship. Big Brother Wei Yang, how can I compare to you? Back then, you were only rank 3 middle stage, but you were already a hero in 3rd Inner City. At 25, Lord Clan Leader took a liking to you and recruited you. Now that you are a clan elder, how many external elders are there in Shangclan? As long as you work hard, you can do it too. Wei Yang encouraged the young man. Next, he turned around and explained to Fong and Bai, the battle zone is a way for Shangclan to recruit external talents. Back then, I fought my way from 5th Inner City's battle zone to 3rd Inner City and defended the arena for 18 rounds before being recruited by Lord Clan Leader. Back then, Shang Yinfei was not the clan leader yet. Wei Yang was taken in as a confidant, and after Shang Yinfei ascended, he was promoted to an external elder. Bai Ningbing immediately understood. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shangclan was a huge clan and needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on the clan members, they could not handle the situation. Every generation of Shangclan young masters would recruit a certain number of demonic Gu masters. If this demonic Gu master became the clan leader under a young master, then they could be appointed as an external elder and enjoy the treatment of a clan elder. Gu master cultivation required large amounts of resources. Most demonic Gu masters did not have the stable resources provided by the clan and lived in poverty. Only by relying on the clan could they have a better life. Wei Yang was a successful example in front of them. In Shangclan City's battle zone, there were large numbers of demonic Gu masters. To rely on Shangclan and become righteous, to become like Wei Yang, they fought and climbed up. Battle zone. This place is filled with my memories. Gentlemen, are you interested in sparring with me? Wei Yang suddenly suggested. Brother Wei, you want to go? Little Zhao's eyes shone with excitement and joy. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. All right, then let's experience it. Fang Yuan had already expected Shang Clan to probe him, so he went with the flow. Brother Wei, you don't come here often. This place has been renovated. Let me lead the way for you. Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yang nodded. All right. Little Xiao continued. Brother Wei, what kind of place do you want? Forest, mountain, plains, or desert, lake? Wei Yang, however, turned around and asked for Fang and Bai's opinion. Esteemed guests, please choose. Some Gu masters specialized in mountain battles, while others specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was a very important factor in the outcome of a battle. We can choose a place here. What kind of places are there? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao saw Wei Yang address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to be negligent, immediately introducing the places. Third Inner City's battle zone. There were tens of different kinds of places, covering almost all the common battlefields. After Bai Ningbing heard it, he could not help but feel eager. Then let's choose the Flagstone Field. The Flagstone Field was the most common battle zone, without wind, snow, rain, sand, or any other environmental factors. Specially made black flagstones covered an area of 100 feet. Look, it's Elder Wei Yang. It's Elder Wei Yang. It's him. Although he only has B-grade aptitude, he managed to walk out of the battle zone. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yang seemed to be very popular. His appearance in the battle zone attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yang was a low-profile person. Using his authority as an elder, he temporarily sealed this battle zone, forbidding others from watching. Only Little Xiao was left. Wei Yang walked to the center of the field. According to the normal rules, both sides have to declare their cultivation level and measure the treasure light. But we are only casually sparring. There is no need for that. Both of you, please make your move. Listening to his words, he actually wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai by himself. Little Xiao stood outside the field, excitedly clenching his fists. Back then, Brother Wei defeated the strong with his rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Of the 18 matches, almost every match was a classic. Right now, he is already rank 3 peak stage. I need to observe this battle carefully. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and suddenly moved, pouncing towards Wei Yang from both sides. You want to fight in close combat? Wei Yang stood on the spot, not moving. His body shone with a faint golden light, forming into a battle armor that covered his entire body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing charged forward, activating spiral bone spear gu at the same time. Several bone spears rotated rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting towards Wei Yang. What gu is this? Wei Yang was slightly astonished. This was the first time he had seen a bone spear gu. He did not dodge, wanting to test the power of the spiral bone spear, and took 3 hits. The faint golden light armor shook for a while, but managed to hold on. This gu is not bad. It has a penetrating force and is good at breaking through defenses. Wei Yang was not flustered, activating his primeval essence, and the light armor became strong again. Here I come, he shouted, grabbing at the air with both hands, and 2 blades of light condensed in the air, shining brightly. It's here, Brother Wei's blade light gu. Little Xiao saw this and shouted in excitement. Wei Yang grabbed the 2 blades, his gaze sweeping around as he chose to charge towards Fang Yuan. Blade Light Gu and Sword Shadow Gu are equally famous. They are the rank 3 Gu with the strongest attack. Seeing Wei Yang charging over, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Blade Light Gu might be strong, but he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass grew out of his feet. He stepped on the ground and compressed it to its limit, causing Fang Yuan's speed to increase sharply. Canopy Gu, Flying Bone Shield. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of white armor, and at the same time, 3 white bone shields flew out, revolving around his body. Good timing, Wei Yang shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan and slashing with both blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He raised his right fist and punched. Wei Yang's eyes flashed with astonishment, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so valiantly. Two blades of light slashed down, and the white bone shields flew up to block. The blades of light cut the white bone shields into two and landed on the canopy Gu's white armor, causing a dazzling white light to burst out. At the same time, Fang Yuan struck Wei Yang's abdomen. Although it did not break the faint golden light armor, the huge force sent Wei Yang flying. Bai Ningbing arrived just in time, and with a swing of her arm, several spiral bone spears shot towards Wei Yang. Her attacks were ruthless and decisive, as if she wanted to kill Wei Yang. Chapter 270. Wei Yang was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, and before he could stabilize his body, the spiral bone spear came crashing down. The spiral bone spear pierced through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it shot out like lightning. At such a close distance, Wei Yang could even see the spiral carvings on the tip of the bone spear. These spiral bone spears, although their attack is not bad and have drilling power, they are only rank 2 Gu after all. There is no need to worry about them. But it is only a rank 2 Gu after all. There is no need to worry about it. At that moment, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice. Wei Yang wanting to fight both of them provoked her pride. The spiral bone spear can only restrain them. I do not have enough Gu worms to subdue them. I need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sent Wei Yang flying, although it was only one attack, Bai Ningbing had already seen Wei Yang's weakness. Wei Yang's strength had not been permanently modified by Gu worms. He only had the strength of a normal person. This weakness could be exploited to its fullest potential. Bai Ningbing stepped forward, following behind the bone spear, raising her leg and kicking fiercely. Brother Wei, little Xiao, who was observing the scene, could not help but feel nervous at this sight. If Wei Yang was restrained by the bone spear, Bai Ningbing would have a chance. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also rushing over. Wei Yang was at a disadvantage. At the crucial moment, Wei Yang laughed lightly instead. Seeing that the spiral bone spear was about to hit him, suddenly, his body shone with white light, as he turned into a ray of light and escaped. There is indeed such a Gu. Fang Yuan squinted. Such speed. Bai Ningbing's pupil shrunk, feeling shocked. Almost at the next second, the spiral bone spear pierced through the stone slab, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum, and with a loud sound, she smashed the stone slab. Spiderweb-like cracks spread all over the stone slab. Brother Wei's rainbow light Gu. I thought he did not have time to use it, but it turns out he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing the enemy to miss. Excellent. This is a psychological blow to the enemy. Little Xiao saw through the trick behind it. Seeing that the enemy was about to be heavily injured, but the enemy escaped so easily, from hope to disappointment, anyone would feel a huge psychological impact. As the white light dissipated, Wei Yang's true body was revealed. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown 180 feet away. He had already crossed more than half of the martial arts arena and was now facing Fang and Bai. Seeing this speed, Bai Ningbing could not help but hesitate. With this rainbow light Gu, Wei Yang could leave and fight whenever he wanted. Without a doubt, he was already in an invincible position. Rainbow light Gu was a rank 3 Gu. It could allow a Gu master to turn into light and escape. Among the rank 3 movement type Gu, it was known as the fastest. In contrast, between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one only had jumping grass, and the other didn't even have a movement Gu. Wei Yang's speed was something they could only look at but not catch up to. In terms of movement, Rainbow Light Gu gave Wei Yang a huge advantage. Once this Gu was used, even though Fang and Bai were working together, they were forced into a passive situation. Gentlemen, this is the Rainbow Light Gu. Although it is only a rank 3 Gu, in terms of speed, it surpasses many rank 4 Gu worms. It was so fast that the Gu master using it could not react in time. This is its first weakness. To use it, one needs to use it together with the Lightning Thoughts Gu or a Flash of Inspiration Gu. Otherwise, by the time the Gu master reacts, they would have already flown too far away, or even crashed into the wall. Wei Yang spoke, actually speaking about the Rainbow Light Gu's weakness. Its second weakness is that it consumes a lot of primeval essence. Among rank 3 goo, this level of consumption was already above average. It has a third weakness. I won't say it. You guys can guess. Is it because strength goo cannot be used to increase strength? Bai Ningbing continued. This time, it was Wei Yang's turn to be surprised. He then showed an expression of praise. Lady Bai Yun is really smart, not bad. If a goo master uses goo worms to change their body, for example to increase their strength, it would be hard to use the rainbow light goo. The primeval essence consumption would increase, and more seriously, the light transformation would fail, destroying the rainbow light goo. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing heard his praise and her expression turned cold. Her gaze was like ice as she stared at Wei Yang with killing intent. Hey, I'm warning you, don't call me lady. Wei Yang's expression froze. Did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me the term lady is a taboo for her? What a strange taboo. Wei Yang sighed inwardly, but said apologetically, Please forgive my offense, Lady Bai Yun. Veins popped out on Bai Ningbing's forehead. She gritted her teeth. Don't call me that either. Oh then, Sir Bai Yun? Wei Yang observed her expression as he carefully chose his words. Bai Ningbing's expression relaxed. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing. Then, sirs, it is my turn to attack. Bring it on. Fang Yuan patted his chest, shouting, scaring Bai Ningbing who was beside him. Your Excellency He Tu is truly heroic. Take this. Wei Yang praised, and just as he finished speaking, he turned into a white light, charging towards Fang and Bai. Facing such speed, Fang and Bai did not even have time to blink. This rainbow light passed through the gap between them, arriving behind them. The white light dispersed, turning back into Wei Yang. He held two blades of light, slashing towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one on the left and one on the right. Before the blade even hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that her ice muscles alone could not block this blade, and quickly retreated. Fang Yuan gave a light shout, not dodging. He activated the sky canopy goo and flying bone shield, punching forward. The blades of light first hit the spinning white bone shield, breaking it. Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan's fist was about to hit his chest, but the difference of a millimeter was like 1,000 li. The streak of light suddenly came to a stop. The whole attack was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yang had already moved from one side of the battle stage to the other, crossing a distance of 600 meters. Again, Fang Yuan shouted, the battle intent in his eyes blazing like fire. Wei Yang turned into light again, arriving in front of Fang and Bai in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing could not take it head-on, and could only use spiral bone spear, but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, the bone spear missed. Fang Yuan could only take the hits passively, other than the first time. His fists had not hit Wei Yang again. At once, the white rainbows on the battle stage refracted continuously, like pinballs in a sealed box. On the other hand, Fang and Bai could only try their best to resist, completely losing the initiative. This is Big Brother Wei's true strength? Too amazing. Little Xiao could not help but feel dazzled. Wei Yang's speed was astonishing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. After a few more minutes, he stopped laughing. If you two want to compete in stamina, targeting my rainbow light goo's weakness of expending primeval essence, then I'm afraid you are wrong. I still have a light source goo. It is a support type goo. Its only use is to reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo worms by half. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan spread his arms. I'm done. I can't beat you. Big Brother Wei Yang, we admit defeat. Wei Yang laughed heartily, cupping his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Little Xiao saw that the battle was over, and immediately walked over, excitement still lingering on his face. Big Brother Wei is really amazing, but it is also amazing that you two could last for so long. You two might not know, but my Big Brother Wei might only be rank 3 peak stage, but he has outstanding battle strength. He is the third General Underlord Shang Yin Fei. People call him White Light Swordsman. If it were me, I might not even last 20 rounds. A loss is a loss. It is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I have a suitable goo, I will compete with you again. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, Ever since she was young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly. She was naturally feeling gloomy. Little Xiao saw that by Ning being called Big Brother Wei Yang by his name, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Fang Yuan stood at the side. Big Brother Wei Yang, you held back. I can feel it. Heh, after I buy some useful goo, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am not feeling good. Next time, Big Brother Wei, please use your full strength. Don't worry too much. Ha ha ha, Brother He too is a straightforward person. This time, it was my fault. Next time, I will use my full strength. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. That's right. Big Brother Wei Yang, I accept my loss wholeheartedly. I will treat you to wine today. Little Brother Xiao, come too. Tell me more about Big Brother Wei's heroic deeds. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that although Fang Yuan was ugly and missing an ear, he was very pleasing to the eye. Compared to that eccentric guy called Bai Yun, he was much more agreeable. Good. Little Xiao laughed. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I know a newly opened restaurant. The prices are cheap and the food is good. I cannot let you two treat me. I will treat you. Big Brother Wei, please come. Fang Yuan stared. How can that be? Little Xiao is half a host. You two are guests. Let Little Xiao treat you. Wei Yang tried to smooth things over. Fang Yuan thought for a while. All right. You treat this time. I will treat you next time. I have no money on hand. After I sell the recipe and have money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, I have just arrived here, and have been shocked by the prices in Shangclan City. These words were a bit mischievous, and he was also honest about his lack of money, causing Wei Yang and Little Xiao to laugh lightly, feeling that Fang Yuan was a straightforward man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Fang Yuan's acting skills, and was already used to it. During the meal, the three drank and chatted, and introduced themselves, getting closer to each other. Only Bai Ningbing drank the water, doing as she pleased, enjoying herself. Little Zhao's name was Xiao Yin, 27 years old, an expert in fire-type goo worms. Recently, his cultivation had advanced by a small realm, reaching rank 3 middle stage. That was how he broke through 4th Inner City's battle zone and arrived at 3rd Inner City. He Tu and Bai Yun are just fake names. My real name is Gue Fangjing. She is Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan pretended to be drunk, revealing some information. They had Bai Clan's arrest warrant. As long as Shang Clan investigated, this matter could not be hidden. Fang Yuan might as well say it and give a magnanimous impression. Xiao Yin was moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic goo masters, Fang Yuan telling them his real name. This was a heart-to-heart gesture. Chapter 271. Guyue Fangjing? Hearing Wei Yang's report, Shang Yinfei frowned. Guyue's surname was very special. Shang Yinfei searched his memories and quickly found the origin. Guyue clan, one of the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, with hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain. Shang Yinfei's eyes brightened, thinking of a piece of information from half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain suffered a mysterious attack, and in one night, it turned from a green lake to a land of ice and snow. No one knew what happened on Qingmao Mountain. Even now, the ice and snow covering Qingmao Mountain had not completely melted. But from all sorts of traces, people could see traces of a great battle between goo masters. Right now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction had become a mysterious event and was widely spread in the southern border. As for the cause of all this, there were many different opinions. But to some people, the traces on Qingmao Mountain were too obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques, to the higher-ups of the goo master world, was already half public information. The moment Shang Yinfei got this information, he guessed that this was caused by one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. If so, then Guyue Fangjing's origin can be explained. Mu Bei Mountain's investigation team also sent back a letter. There are no suspicions. Shang Yinfei quickly drew the outline of the entire event in his mind. Then, there is only one question left. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Shang Yinfei had already guessed many possibilities, but this matter was still under investigation. Right, you sparred with them. How are their skills? Shang Yinfei asked. Wei Yang's expression turned solemn, respectfully reporting, "Heavenly talent. In time, these two will definitely surpass me." "Oh, you gave them such a high evaluation?" Shang Yinfei was a little surprised. Wei Yang nodded, continuing, "Although they used goo worms to conceal their aura, to be able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. And from their age, we can deduce that they should have a great aptitude." Shang Yinfei laughed. "But Wei Yang, you have to know, a great aptitude is only a type of talent. It does not represent everything. Wei Yang, you only have B-grade talent, but you are my external elder. All these years, how many A-class people have died in your hands? Hee, you are the best proof." In an ordinary mountain stronghold, it was already an amazing thing to have an A-grade talent. But to Shang clan, a great aptitude was very common. Firstly, it was because the clan was large and had many clansmen. Secondly, he could recruit demonic goo masters. Demonic goo masters who could stand out in the battle stage would definitely have good aptitude. Thirdly, Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. They had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing goo. "I am indebted to Lord Patriarch's praise. This subordinate does not dare to accept it." Wei Yang humbly replied, "This subordinate also understands this logic. Because of this, I am even more certain that these two are not ordinary people. The two of them are extremely talented in battle, and they have a natural sensitivity to battle situations. It's as if they were born for battle. Their goo worms are incomplete, but relying on those 2 or 3 goo worms, they manage to persist for so long. It is truly surprising. In terms of temperament, the two of them are very resilient. Even in a disadvantageous situation, they were not discouraged. Under the pressure I exerted, they were able to break through and adjust themselves. Their coordination became better, their footing became more stable, their improvement was extremely obvious. Specifically, there is a difference between the two. Guiyue Fangjing has a straightforward nature, peerless courage. He can charge head-on and has an innate spirit. As for Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted, always planning before making a move, and has been trying to find my weakness during the battle. Her gaze is sharp. Especially Guiyue Fangjing. After I said that I have the light source goo, he admitted defeat calmly, his magnanimity far surpassing ordinary people. "Lord Patriarch, these two are like young tigers in Pingyang Hill and young dragons in Shallow Beach. One young and one yin. One fierce and domineering, the other soft and scheming. They are a perfect combination, shining like twin stars, reflecting off each other. If we can recruit them and make them work for Shang clan, it would be a great thing." Shang Yinfei was moved. Earlier, he did not put Fong and Bai in his eyes, but after hearing Wei Yang's words, his interest rose. "Wei Yang, you have followed me for so many years. I trust your foresight. But you do not need to belittle yourself. Even if they grow up in the future, they might not be able to match you. You are restricted by your aptitude. Otherwise, with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. You do not need to worry about it. If there is a rebirth goo, I will help you keep it." Shang Yinfei said. Rebirth bone could raise a goo master's aptitude. It was extremely precious and had great value. Wei Yang was so moved his eyes turned red. This subordinate will never forget tribe leader's kindness in nurturing me. I, Shang Yinfei, will not mistreat anyone who follows me loyally. You can go now. Continue to entertain them these few days, probe their thoughts towards Shang clan, and see if we can recruit them. Yes, this subordinate understands. 3 days later, Nanshou Garden. In the guest hall, Fang Yuan and Shang Yezi sat facing each other. Fang Yuan was leisurely enjoying his tea, while Shang Yezi's expression was ugly. "These few days, I have come to find you with sincerity, but the price you offer is actually getting higher and higher. Originally, it was only 65 yuan stone, increasing by tens of thousands every day, but today, you are asking for 800,000. Are you toying with me, treating it as entertainment?" Shang Yezi felt extremely stifled, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it was before, he would have already lost his temper and smashed the cup in his hand on Fang Yuan's face. But not now. Why? Because this guy can reach the heavens. I wonder what their relationship with Lord Father is. These few days, Wei Yang had been entertaining these two, accompanying them as they strolled around the city. Who was Wei Yong? He was known as the third general and was Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions, most of the time, did not represent himself, but Shang Yin Fei's inclination and will. But why were these two fellows who had popped out of nowhere treated so courteously by Lord Father? Shang Yizi could not understand. After the incident, he started investigating crazily. But it was useless. He was just a young master. His influence was limited to Shang Clan City. He did not have as much influence as Shang Yin Fei. Without any results, Shang Yizi could only guess. Why did Lord Father express goodwill to them? Was it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance could revitalize an ordinary clan, but Shang Clan was different. Unless it was a rank 6 Gu Immortal's inheritance, it was just icing on the cake. Or was it because they were talents? No, there were so many loyal demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. They wanted to join Shang Clan, and they were all good fighters. Even Father did not like them. Why would he like them? Anyway, Shang Yizi could not see anything. After the two guesses were eliminated, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that one of them was Father's illegitimate son? That Shang Tuahai, the current young clan leader, wasn't he Father's illegitimate son? But when Shang Yizi thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The bloodline was extremely important. Once Shang Tuahai was discovered, he was protected. Unlike these two in front of him, Shang Yizi thought hard, but made no progress. Because of this, he was even more wary of Fang and Bai. Often, the unknown was the scariest. Fang Yuan sensed that these days, this young master Shang Yizi was getting more and more restless and impatient. This was what he wanted to see. Every time he increased the price, he did it on purpose. If he increased it from 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by increasing it by tens of thousands, it would wear down Shang Yizi's resolute opposition. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan put down the teacup in his hand, smiling. Every item has its value. To others, this is just a Gu master inheritance. But to you, it is the last hope to protect your young master position. Since it is so, then the price should be higher. As the assessment gets closer, the value of this inheritance will increase. Thus, I increase the price every other day. Isn't that something I should do? Hee, now that the price is too low, how can I live up to this last hope? How can I live up to the important position of Shang Clan Young Master? After all, only Shang Clan Young Masters can compete for the Young Clan Leader position. When Shang Yizi heard this, his eyes twitched in anger. Fang Yuan was threatening him. He was raising the price. How could he be so shameless? Shang Yizi wanted to chop Fang Yuan into pieces. But when he thought of the position of Young Master, he finally forced himself to endure it. You have a good plan. If I spend 800,000 to buy it, it will be a loss, and my evaluation will be lowered. The elders in charge of the assessment are not fools. Thus, I cannot buy it at this price. Fang Yuan had expected Shang Yizi to say this. His lips curled up into a smile. So I have a good idea. On the surface, I will sell it to you for 650,000, but in reality, you will give me 800,000. You will keep your young master position, and I will sell it at a good price. Isn't that a win-win situation? Shang Yizi's expression changed, staring at Fang Yuan. You want me to fake the accounts? Absolutely not. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master position will be revoked, and I will be severely punished. Fang Yuan frowned. You can't say that. Who said it is fake? I sold you the recipe. That is the same thing. But you are kind and generous. You think I am an upright person. So you gave me some yuan stone as a gift. These two matters are not related at all. At once, Shang Yizi looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Chapter 272. Shang Yizi left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he told Fang Yuan that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it carefully. As long as he was considering, it meant that he was close to success. Fang Yuan had already seen through this person. He knew that the deal was done. At that time, he could even increase the price. Of course, he was hesitating now. He could not increase the price to provoke him. Once he had made up his mind, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase the price. 2 days later, Shang Yizi appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a haggard face. I agree. We will do as you said. We have a deal. He gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long time before saying this. Trust me, you will remember this decision in the future. Come, let's drink. Feng Yuan smiled, pouring a cup of wine for Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi raised his cup and drank it all. What kind of lousy wine is this? After drinking, he frowned and cursed. This is the cheapest rice wine. Young master, I do not have the money to buy good wine. Feng Yuan laughed lightly. You will have the money soon. Huff. Shang Yizi breathed out heavily. When he was considering, he was in a dilemma. It was very painful. But after he made the decision, he relaxed completely. All right, I have prepared the contract. Take a look. Feng Yuan handed over a document. Shang Yizi took a look and stared angrily at Feng Yuan, slamming the table and shouting, 950,000? You actually raised the price again. Last time, you said 800,000. It has only been a few days and you raised it by 150,000? You think I am rich enough to rival a country? Bastard! Do you think I stole my primordial stones? Feng Yuan was calm. He smiled. It has been 3 days. The price will naturally rise. It is not like you don't know. Shang Yizi's veins were bulging. He jumped up from his seat. You think I am easy to bully? I do not have that much money. You're asking for 950,000 for a mere inheritance. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price. Don't be impatient. Extreme anger is harmful to the body. Young master, this is not a small inheritance. It concerns your position as a young master. Think about it. Every year, a young lord would be eliminated. How many people are waiting anxiously down there? Feng Yuan's tone was unhurried. Hearing about the position of young master, the furious Shang Yizi immediately lost his composure. Looking at his expression, Feng Yuan also knew that this figure of 950,000 was probably too much for him to bear. Thus, he took a step back and said, all right, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. I'll take it that I'm afraid of you. Shang Yizi slowly sat down. He had only been in office for a year, and he also had to take care of the evaluation. The amount of yuan stone he had actually pocketed was no more than 400,000. Without a doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of hard work would go down the drain. It wasn't easy for him to earn a small fortune, but it was all gone. But this concerned the position of young master. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. He was silent for a while before nodding. Then 900,000 yuan stone it is. But I don't trust a paper agreement. We need to make a poison vow gu. Feng Yuan showed hesitation on his face. What are you afraid? Without the poison vow gu, how can I be sure you won't run away with the money? This must be done. There is no room for discussion. Shang Yizi's attitude was firm. Feng Yuan had actually expected such a situation. Since that is the case, I will go first. Feng Yuan stretched out his left hand. Shang Yizi revealed a smile, summoning the poison vow gu. The poison vow gu was a purplish-red worm, only the size of a finger. It had a menacing mouth and was a rank 3 consumable gu. It flew to Feng Yuan's left index finger and bit it. Immediately, a heart-piercing pain assaulted Feng Yuan's nerves. Feng Yuan endured the pain and started to read the contents of the document. After he finished, the poison vow gu doubled in size from the size of a finger, absorbing a large amount of Feng Yuan's heart blood. Next, the poison vow gu flew to Shang Yizi's fingertip and started to suck blood. Shang Yizi held the document, using a trembling voice to read the contents. The poison vow gu doubled in size again. His face was pale from the pain. He grimaced in pain as he breathed in. This damned agreement. Why are there so many words? Can't you write less? You don't have anything else to add? Feng Yuan shook his head. Shang Yizi's lips curled up, showing a smile. But his face was twisted, making his smile look sinister. Bam! The poison vow gu that was filled with blood suddenly exploded. But there was no blood splattering. Instead, it turned into countless red light spots. The light spots flew towards Feng Yuan and Shang Yizi, like raindrops falling into a lake, entering their bodies. This meant the poison vow was in effect. If the contents they read did not match their true intentions, the poison vow gu would self-detonate and turn into a pool of blood. In such a situation, It meant that one or both of them had broken the vow, causing the poison vow gu to fail. Seeing this, Shang Yizi's smile became even wider. He looked at Fang Yuan. He, we have already sworn the poison vow. If you change your mind in the future and do something that goes against the vow, then you will turn into a pool of blood and die. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, only asking, "Where is Yuan's stone?" Shang Yizi shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry, how would I dare to go against the poison vow? Here." He took out a gu. This gu was like a ball, like it was made of crystal, translucent and palm-sized. There were clouds in the ball, as if they were sealing white clouds. This white cloud had a peculiar shape, like an old man with a walking stick and a hunched back. The old man's white hair drooped down. He had a sage-like aura. The wrinkles on his face were vivid, and he was smiling kindly. This was a primeval elder gu. It was specially used to store Yuan stone. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialties. The primeval elder gu was only a rank 3 gu, but it could store 1,000,000 Yuan stone. There are only 870,000 Yuan stone in here. I will find some time to gather the remaining 30,000 Yuan stone for you. Shang Yizi showed extreme reluctance as he handed the primeval elder gu to Fang Yuan. Inside, there were 600,000 from the merchant's payment. The remaining 270,000 were almost all of Shang Yizi's personal assets. After Fang Yuan received it, he cooperated with Fang Yuan's refinement. The primeval elder gu changed owners, and the cloud in the ball immediately changed. The old man inside was originally facing Shang Yizi, but now he changed his direction and started smiling at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan moved the primeval elder gu casually. As long as he changed directions, the cloud in the ball would change, and the old man would always be smiling at Fang Yuan. Actually, this primeval elder gu was quite interesting. If the Yuan stone inside was low, the old man would frown. If the storage was moderate, the old man would be expressionless. The more Yuan stone there was, the happier the old man would be. Shang Yizi saw Fang Yuan fiddling with the primeval elder gu and understood that Fang Yuan knew how to use this gu. He snorted. "This primeval elder gu is worth a lot. I cannot give it to you for free. I got this primeval elder gu from the auction. It cost me 6,600 Yuan stone." Fang Yuan nodded. Rank 3 gu were priced in the thousands in the market, and the primeval elder gu was rare. It was definitely worth this price. He immediately took out the Yuan stone and gave it to Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi used an ordinary storage gu to store these Yuan stone and felt very unhappy. These were supposed to be his Yuan stone. Forget it. As long as I can keep my young master position, everything is possible. I will earn back the Yuan stone, and this guy who raised the price and threatened me will die a horrible death. Shang Yizi was not a magnanimous person to begin with. Fang Yuan took all his money, and the remaining 30,000 Yuan stone, he had to borrow money from all over the place. Whitebone Recipe's normal price was 600,000, but Fang Yuan sold it to him for 900,000. Shang Yizi pinched his nose. After suffering such a huge loss, he hated Fang Yuan to the core. "The remaining 50,000 Yuan stone, I will give it to you in 3 days. You and I will know about this. We cannot let a third party know. Even your companion cannot. You better not try to take advantage of this loophole. It is useless." Shang Yizi stood up to leave. He could not take it any longer. Looking at Fang Yuan's ugly face for a second longer, the anger in his heart would accumulate a bit more. "There are no loopholes in the agreement. You saw it too, didn't you?" Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. Shang Yizi snorted coldly. He was born in Shang clan and was influenced from a young age and had been in charge of the shop for a year. Even if there were loopholes, they could not hide from his eyes. "I don't think you dare to go against the oath," he sneered in disdain, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. He knew Shang Yizi's mood right now and could understand. As for the poison oath, he did not intend to go against it. The poison oath gu's restriction was very strong. Otherwise, it would not be widely used by gu masters. It could not be leaked to an unknown third party. That was a definite no. Any loopholes, it was a joke with one's life. Just like earlier, Fang Yuan gave Shang Yizi 6,600 Yuan stone. It seemed like this was an unnecessary action. It could have been deducted from the remaining 30,000 yuan stone, but he could not. The poison oath stipulated 900,000, so Shang Yizi had to take out 900,000 yuan stone and give it to Fang Yuan. This was the hard and fast rule. 3 days later, Shang Yizi collected 30,000 yuan stone and gave it to Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan also gave him the recipe. Of course, the most valuable bone flesh unity gu's recipe could not be sold. Shang Yizi only knew about the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu, and others. After looking at the recipe, he found many other recipes used the bone spear gu as the foundation. He was satisfied with this, and his mood became slightly better. Fang Yuan then sold the bone spear gu, spiral bone spear gu, and bone spike gu to him. According to the original selling price, it was 40,620 yuan stone. As such, the result of this transaction was that Fang Yuan's wealth increased by 934,020 yuan stone. Adding on his previous savings, he had a total of 945,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan stored most of the yuan stone in the primeval elder gu. Of course, to prevent accidents, he also stored some on him and in the tusita flower. At this time in my previous life, I was still in a caravan. I had 50 to 60 yuan stone at most. But now, I have close to 1 million. Fang Yuan compared it to his memories and could see the huge advantage of rebirth. Of course, he was taking a huge risk. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving does not mean you will get something, but to get something, you need to give something. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shang clan's investigation ended, and Wei Yang brought Shang Yanfei's invitation. Esteemed guests, my Lord Clan Leader has arranged a family banquet and ordered me to invite you. Family banquet? This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 273. This small courtyard was where Shang Yanfei had set up the family banquet. It was an open-air banquet, and because it was inside the mountain, there was no need to worry about wind or rain. The courtyard was not luxurious or elegant. It was even slightly run down. There were more than 10 tables in the courtyard. Forming a circle, it was already starting to feel crowded. There were some fruits and snacks on the tables. There was also a sign indicating whose seat this was. 3 people had already arrived and sat down. Big brother, why did Lord Father gather us this time? Shang Chao Feng threw a red fruit into his mouth as he asked vaguely. The eldest Shang Qianyo was sitting upright with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he opened his eyes slightly, saying in a low voice, Lord Father just came out of closed-door cultivation and thought of us, so he held a family banquet. What is so strange about that? Big brother's words are reasonable, but when did Lord Father hold a family banquet without any important matters? Don't you feel that there are too many tables here today? Shang Pu Lao added. Shang Chao Feng snickered, but Shang Qianyo closed his eyes again. Shang Pu Lao's eyes flashed. He was in charge of the brothels. He was the most well-informed. Actually, he had already faintly heard the news. He was about to continue speaking when his ears moved. Someone is coming. The three's gazes turned to the door of the courtyard. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and 3 people walked in. Wei Yang was in front, followed by Fang and Bai. Fang and Bai had been to this courtyard before. It was the private residence that they had been summoned to. This private residence belonged to Clan Leader back then. When he was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Lord Clan Leader retreated in order to advance. He gave up the young master position and became an ordinary clansman. When he was in dire straits, he lived here. After Clan Leader succeeded, to remind himself and the younger generation, he preserved this place. The family banquets have always been held here. Wei Yang opened the door as he introduced. Next, he noticed the 3 people in the courtyard. Oh, so the 3 young masters have arrived. Shang Qianyo, Shang Chaofeng, and Shang Pu Lao all stood up, cupping their fists towards Wei Yang. Elder Wei Yang, greetings. Wei Yang was one of Shang Yanfei's 5 generals, an important official of Shang clan. As long as the young master wanted to compete for the young clan leader position, he would have to go through Wei Yang's evaluation. Greetings, young masters. These 2 are the honored guests invited by the patriarch today. Wei Yang cupped his hands, his expression calm. He was an elder, and his status was even higher than the young master. He was also an important official, so he wouldn't try to curry favor with these young masters. Please sit here. Wei Yang led Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. Shang Qiunyou and the other two looked at each other, and they noticed the surprise, bewilderment, astonishment, and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a family banquet. When had they ever invited strangers? Who exactly were these two people? His seat was even closer to Lord Father's main seat than ours. Wei Yang also sat down, smiling as he continued, "Let me introduce, this is Shang Qiunyou, clan leader's eldest son, currently in charge of Shang clan's care farm. This was the fourth son of the clan leader, Shang Chaofeng. He was in charge of all the Gu battle arenas in Shang clan city. This is Shang Paleo. He's in charge of all the brothels in the romance district." Shang Qiunyou had a strong physique and a deep voice. It was obvious that he was a calm person. He was the oldest, close to 30 years old. Shang Chaofeng had messy hair and a high-nosed bridge, giving off a wild aura. Shang Paleo was the most delicate and pretty. He had a thin body and a pale complexion. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a romantic bearing. He was clearly a playboy. Qiunyou greets the two esteemed guests. Shang Qiunyou cupped his fists and greeted. Wei Yang did not introduce Fang and Bai. The three young masters were astute people. They naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. "The three young masters are right. I am He Tu. This is my companion Bai Yun," Fang Yuan introduced. These two names were clearly fake. This made the three young masters even more uncertain of Fang and Bai's origins. They could only laugh it off and gloss over the situation. As the banquet approached, more young masters arrived. There was Shang Paixio, who was in charge of the gambling stone, Shang Suni, who was in charge of the silk shop, Shang Fuxi, who was in charge of the auction house, and Shang Baishi, who was in charge of the substitute training division. There was also Shang Yizi, whom Fang Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yang introduced them to Fang and Bai. When these young masters saw Fang and Bai, they all showed strange expressions. They sat down. The more people there were, the more they talked, the more lively the small courtyard became. When the banquet was about to start, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young master rushed in. This person was tall and thin. He had thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. He was Shang Baishi, in charge of Shang Clan City's city guards. The city guards handled disputes, mediated conflicts, maintained order. They were the busiest. After exchanging some pleasantries with Fang and Bai, before Shang Baishi sat down, a flame flashed on the main seat, and Shang Yinfei appeared. Shang Yinfei wore a white robe this time. The corners of his sleeves were embroidered with gold. His blood-red hair spread out recklessly, reaching his waist. Coupled with his extremely handsome face, it formed a unique aura and charm. "We greet Lord Father." The young masters stood up and half knelt on the ground, greeting in unison. "Lord Tribe Leader." Wei Yang stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up and paid their respects. "Sit." Shang Yinfei reclined on the wide-backed chair, casually waving his hand. Immediately, a dazzling rainbow-colored light spread out, resembling raindrops or clouds. The light landed on everyone's table, turning into exquisite delicacies. The fragrance of the dishes permeated the entire courtyard. Fang Yuan immediately recognized this as gourmet food box gu. Shang Yinfei's unique rank 5 gu, used to store delicacies. The state of the delicacies when placed inside would be the same state when taken out. Fang Yuan had worked hard in a caravan in his previous life. After Guyue village was destroyed, he had no one to rely on. At that time, Etian Mountain suddenly rose up. Demonic Path Gu masters formed an alliance. Their momentum was huge, touching the bottom line of the righteous path. All the large clans allied and attacked Etian Mountain. One of the leaders of the alliance, Shang Yinfei, used this gourmet food box gu to reward the army. With just a wave of his sleeves, tens of thousands of people were rewarded with delicacies, greatly raising the morale of the alliance army. From then on, gourmet food box gu became a symbol of Shang Yinfei, becoming an interesting topic of discussion among the people. At that time, Fang Yuan relied on his advantage as a transmigrator to become a small leader, joining a caravan and being in charge of escorting supplies to the Righteous Path Alliance army. He personally saw Shang Yinfei use the gourmet food box goo. The sky was filled with rainbow-colored light. It was dazzling and dazzling, illuminating the heaven and earth. It was a grand sight. To think that in this life, I could see this gourmet food box goo years in advance, and at the same time, I became a guest of Shang clan. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. There was a sharp contrast between his previous life and this life. This was the huge advantage of rebirth. And this advantage of rebirth came from spring-autumn cicada. It was the accumulation and result of his previous life's hard work. Shang Yinfei laid out the dishes and said to the children, "Today, we have 2 esteemed guests here. All of you have to go up and toast them. Xiongniu, you are the eldest, set an example." Lord Father had personally instructed them. Although the Shang clan young masters were suspicious, no one dared to delay. Shang Xiongniu immediately stood up and raised his wine cup, saying in a deep voice, "Xiongniu toasts the 2 esteemed guests." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Feng Yuan accompanied him with a cup of wine, but Bai Ningbing still only drank water. Among these young masters, Xiongniu was the oldest. He was close to 30, and his appearance was quite mature. At first glance, one would think he was 40. In contrast, his father Shang Yinfei was like a young man in his 20s. If father and son stood side by side, it would be an interesting scene. Before the banquet started, I had already chatted with the 2 esteemed guests. This is the first time we met, and we had a pleasant conversation. If the 2 esteemed guests have time, you can come to my place to play. Goo battles are definitely interesting. Shang Chaofeng also stood up. Feng Yuan smiled. Although this was the first time they met, he had a good understanding of Shang Chaofeng. This person loved to fight and win, and his personality was also a little sinister. In his previous life, he almost became a Shang clan young master, and had once been Shang Xinc's greatest hindrance. Fourth brothers' goo battles are too bloody. It's better for beauties to dance and dance. Shang Pu Lao retorted, and then toasted Feng Bai, his peach blossom eyes shining. This junior would like to invite the 2 esteemed guests to have a good chat. If we have time, we will. Feng Yuan said these polite words, and drank with a smile. This banquet, in his eyes, was a celebrity banquet. Most of these Shang clan young masters would have their own performances in southern border in the future. Shang Yinfei had many children. These people were able to stand out in the fierce competition. They naturally had outstanding abilities. They could be called dragons and phoenixes among men, beautiful jades among rocks. Moreover, they all had different personalities and styles of doing things. Right now, they were gathered together, like bright pearls, emitting bright and dark radiance, reflecting each other's beauty. Eldest son Shang Qiunyou, second son Shang Baizi, fourth son Shang Chaofeng, and eighth son Shang Pu Lao. Ninth son Shang Baishi had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. He seemed to be using some goo worm. Every time he breathed, 2 puffs of pale yellow smoke would come out of his nose, lingering around him. 10th son Shang Baishi had a short and fat body and did not seem to be eye-catching. But Feng Yuan knew that his body contained great strength. But in terms of strength, he was several times stronger than him. 12th son Shang Baishi later married into Tai clan and became the publicly recognized second divine investigator after Tai Shuel. 13th son Shang Fushi was quite intelligent, and when the Righteous Alliance attacked Etian Mountain, he offered many plans, causing the demonic goo masters to suffer greatly. And 21st son Shang Paixio, he was the youngest, a late bloomer. Many years later, Shang clan declined, and he joined the demonic path, becoming a notorious demon in southern border. Father, sorry, I came late. While toasting, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a young girl walked in. She was Shang Qiwan, ranked 16th, and was in charge of the battle stage. Her eyes were lively, her face was like a peach blossom, and she had a lively nature. She was a beautiful woman. Seeing that everyone had toasted, Shang Yinfei also raised his cup, facing Feng and Bai. Thank you both for protecting Xinci along the way, allowing me to have a new daughter. Chapter 274. Daughter. The group of young masters all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at each other. Shang Yizi came to a realization, slapping his forehead. So it was like this. Because of this, father treated these two with respect. The mysterious veil was removed, and Shang Yizi looked at Feng Yuan with deep hatred. He was no longer afraid. Now that I know your background, I will slowly deal with you two bastards after I get through this assessment and catch my breath. At once, the courtyard was silent. Shang Yinfei smiled, looking around, giving everyone time to accept the news. Feng Yuan cooperated, showing shock, realization, and suspicion, muttering, "Don't tell me?" "That's right." Shang Yinfei looked at him, nodding. "It is the Zhang clan's young lady who protected you two on the journey. She is my daughter. From the moment she stepped into Shang clan city, I sensed her bloodline, and now we have reunited." Zhang Xianci, by Ning Bing blurted out. Shang Yinfei laughed heartily. She is no longer surnamed Zhang, but Shang. You two saved my daughter's life. You are our Shang clan's benefactors. Thus, you are worthy to toast to our family. Just as they spoke, the courtyard door was pushed open. The young female Gu Master Tian Lan was dressed like a servant. After opening the door, she returned to Shang Xianci's side. "Missy." Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, feeling timid. "Let's go in." Shang Xianci let out a breath of turbid air. Under everyone's gaze, she walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. She saw Feng and Bai. It really is her. The moment she saw Shang Xianci, Bai Ningbing's pupil shrunk to pin size. She was completely shocked. In the entire place, no one could understand the shock in her heart. The shock in Bai Ningbing's heart was not from Shang Xianci, but towards Feng Yuan. She was extremely intelligent, and the moment Shang Xianci appeared, she came to a realization, finally realizing Feng Yuan's true motive. Zhang Xianci was Shang Xianci, thus he had been protecting her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At once, Bai Ningbing's thoughts surged. Waves of shock rose in her heart. "Brother He Tu, Sister Bai Yun, why are you here?" Shang Xianci stared at Feng Yuan, her eyes shining. "Cier, I said I would give you a surprise, right?" Shang Yinfei smiled warmly. Shang Xianci bowed. "Thank you, father. This is the happiest day since I came to Shang clan." After these days of confusion, she had already accepted that Shang Yinfei was her father. After these days, she accepted that Shang Yinfei was her father. Even though Shang Xianci still had resentment and hatred towards Shang Yinfei, the deep bond of kinship was something that the kind-hearted her could never sever. Shang Tian-like. Shang Xianci was, Tian is of God. Xian Tian is father, one. And is. Shang Xianci turned around and explained to Feng Yuan with a panicked expression. "Brother He Tu, I did not lie to you on purpose. Before, she said, she other than tu. Mother had asked me before. I only understood her painstaking efforts after meeting you." These words struck Bai Ningbing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her blue eyes narrowed into a line. Her heart was filled with extreme shock and doubt. Even Shang Xianci doesn't know her identity? Why? Why does Feng Yuan know so clearly? Originally, Feng Yuan was shrouded in a layer of fog in her heart. She could not see him clearly. Now, the fog in Bai Ningbing's heart deepened. Feng Yuan became even more mysterious and unfathomable. "So that's why, I was wondering why Shang clan treated me so well. So that's why." Feng Yuan raised his head and sighed, then slowly shook his head, sighing, to think that you are Shang clan leader's daughter. "Brother He Tu, can you forgive me?" Shang Xianci clenched her fists, asking nervously. Shang Yinfei frowned slightly, from his daughter's tone and expression. This kid seemed to be important in her heart. Feng Yuan laughed. "It's all right. Why would I blame you? Those who do not know are innocent. In fact, I lied to you too." "What?" Shang Xianci was stunned. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose. "He Tu and Bai Yun are just aliases." Shang Xianci immediately smiled, saying softly, "I guessed this long ago." Feng Yuan purposely hesitated for a moment, but still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. "I am ashamed to say this. My real name is Gue Fengjing. This is my companion by Ningbing. Guyue Fangzheng. Shang Xinci muttered this name for a long time, remembering it in her heart. Shang Yinfei's smile became wider. He admired Fang Yuan's honesty. In fact, he had already investigated in detail. Although the Guyue village was destroyed, Shang clan's influence was immense. They still obtained a lot of information from Jia clan. The Guyue village indeed had a person called Guyue Fangzheng, and this youngster had a great aptitude. He was being nurtured as a young clan leader by Guyue clan. Similarly, there was also Bai Ningbing, who was already designated as the young clan leader of Bai clan. Both of them were known as geniuses. As for why they disguised themselves and infiltrated the caravan, this was easier to investigate. Because of an inheritance from Baigu Mountain, the only two young masters of Bai clan died in the hands of Fang and Bai. At the same time, they took away most of the inheritance. The arrest warrant issued by the Bai clan was the best proof of this. So it was like that. To speak the truth, I was just thinking about it. Shang Pulao laughed. This child congratulates Lord Father. Shang Bai, she said. If there's any trouble, tell Big Brother. Shang Qianyo looked at Shang Xinci. This is great. I have another sister. Coming to this clan banquet was worth it, Shang Qiwen said with a smile. The young masters recovered from their shock and offered their congratulations. This is a joyous matter for everyone, because you have gained another sister. Shang Yinfei's gaze swept over his children. He was very clear about their mental state. Shang Xinci's appearance is undoubtedly a threat. From now on, there is one more person competing for the position of young master. Back then, wasn't Shang Tuahai father's illegitimate son? Right now, he is Shang clan's young clan leader. Actually, there is no need to worry. Zhang clan is a vassal of Wu clan and has a feud with Shang clan. Shang Xinci has no foundation. She is easy to deal with. The young masters had smiles on their faces, but they had different thoughts in their minds. There was no familial love in the royal family. The throne involved supreme interests, and even kinship would be defeated by these interests. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border. Whoever ascended to the position of clan leader would be one of the few decision-makers of the entire southern border. Having a high position and authority, reaching the peak of the mortal world, the benefits were naturally huge. Which generation of Shang clan leader did not rise to the position of clan leader after a fierce battle of wills? Shang Yinfei was an experienced person. He knew the inside story. Thus, he felt even more pity for Shang Xinci. Now that Shang Xinci's identity was revealed, although it was to protect her, it also caused her to fall into a struggle. Come, Sire, sit beside me. Shang Yinfei patted the seat below him and said,
Yes.
Shang Xinci answered, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded at her. Shang Xinci walked over and sat beside Shang Yinfei. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai, the two servant girls, stood behind them. This scene was seen by the children. They all had different expressions. They had never seen their father love a child so much in their lives. Even the illegitimate son Shang Tuahai did not receive such treatment. All right, sit down. Shang Yinfei waved his hand, looking at Fang and Bai. He spoke, Guyue Fangzheng, by Ningbing, you two saved my daughter and escorted her here. Our family is very grateful for this. Tell me what you want. As the clan leader of Shang clan, I will do my best to satisfy you. The young masters couldn't help but cast envious gazes towards Fang and Bai. This was the gratitude of Shang clan leader, the promise of one of southern border's overlords. It was as important as a mountain. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Lord clan leader, we only protected young lady Shang Xinci because of her kindness. That kindness has been repaid. We are even. When he said this, everyone showed a surprised expression. Shang Fu she quickly reacted, squinting his eyes as he praised the ingenuity of this answer. Fang and Bai saved Shang Yinfei's daughter. Shang Yinfei would definitely reward them handsomely. If such a contribution was not rewarded, how would outsiders evaluate Shang clan? If Shang clan young masters were in danger in the future, who would save them? Shang Xinci saw that Fang Yuan did not want the reward. She became anxious and said to Shang Yinfei, Lord Father, actually, Big Brother He too lost a lot of wealth during this journey. Shang Yinfei was an astute person. Before Shang Xinci finished, he understood his daughter's intention. She was asking for money for Fong and Bai. He nodded. Since you two are Gu masters, I will give you 1,000,000 yuan stone to express my gratitude. Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled many businesses in Shang Clan City, under the watchful eyes of the public, and with the annual assessment, they could not fill their pockets. Shang Yizi had talent, but he was too greedy, causing his business performance to be in danger. Fong Yuan shook his head again. To speak the truth, I once pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth and snatched an inheritance. Now that I sold the recipe, I do not lack yuan stone. Oh, is that so? Shang Yinfei looked at Shang Yizi with deep meaning. Shang Yizi's heart skipped a beat in fright. His mouth was dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How could Shang Yinfei not know about Shang Yizi's matters? Even if the accounts were fake, he could guess some clues. But Shang Yizi was his son. Although he violated Shang Clan's rules, as long as he did not expose it, it could be considered his ability. At his level, he had already understood. Obeying the rules was not an ability. True ability was to break the rules and enjoy the benefits, but not get punished. True ability was to break the old order and create new rules, enjoying the benefits all the time. Shang Yinfei took the chance to give Shang Yizi a warning, and then he suggested another reward. Shang Xinci only heard half of it, but her eyes shined brightly. Chapter 275. Shang Yinfei saw Fong Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by Bai clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think? Shang Xinci was also aware that Fong and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shang Xinci approved of this plan. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shang Yinfei's explanation, but Fong Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang clan do it, he would be putting Shang clan's label on himself. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Etion Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fong Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fong Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? Ironically, when he created the Bloodwing demon sect in his previous life and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants against him. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fong Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fong Yuan would have a set of Gu worms. With his strength greatly increased, he would not be afraid of Bai clan's arrest warrants. In fact, Bai clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fong and Bai? Thus, Shang Yinfei's thank you plan, in Shang Xinci's opinion, was the most important. But in Fong Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. To be honest, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai clan young masters. We have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by the 100 clans. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fong Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. For a moment, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain, he, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang Clan was the overlord of the righteous path. But in front of Shang Yinfei, Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai Clan. His arrogance shocked Shang Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yinfei was unfazed. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was very frank and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation. It was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent by Ning Bing, he no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come forward and remove our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you, Lord Yinfei, for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If Shang Clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my, Shang Yinfei's, way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yinfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang Clan leader Shang Yinfei. I want to thank you, even if you are not willing. You have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yinfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young masters saw the two arguing and cursed Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang Clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xinc's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it. Brother Fangjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yinfei nodded. Fang Yuan did not speak, and Wei Yang turned into a light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported. Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fangjing, please follow us. Fang Yuan did not care much about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it will be good to check your body. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, so she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came into the house. They were familiar with this house. Back then, they waited for Shang Yinfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a white dress and a white veil. She was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yinfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shangclan City as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl. What did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly. Wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shangclan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, acting as a birthmark. She also smeared some special black oil, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Fang Yuan also showed a surprised expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, this is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath first. Wash your body, use the essence and change into a white robe. Otherwise the lady will not treat you. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The hot water is already prepared. It is in the inner room. Please go ahead. The two entered the inner room. As expected, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. This, Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou loved cleanliness. If she chased away the maids, she was afraid that you would do it half-heartedly and not clean yourself, so she would not treat you. The two of us don't need to leave, Big Brother Wei. You can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, leaving the inner room. He closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The temperature of the tub was just right. One of the maids sprinkled the essence. The other rubbed Fang Yuan's body with practiced movements. They were clearly experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, hesitating for a while. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed. There is no need to conceal ourselves in Shang Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued, I called you here for your own good. I have heard of Dr. Su Shou's name long ago. In the southern border, she, Nine-Fingered Wandering Doctor, Divine Hand Doctor, and Killer Doctor are known as the Four Great Doctors. You can ask her about the Yin-Yang Rotation Gu later. Yin-Yang Rotation Gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a slit, her eyes shining with uncertainty. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart, and was the main method Fang Yuan used to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The mental blow Shang Xinci gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to feel apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this fellow, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity, but he did. Otherwise, he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess Spring-Autumn Cicada. That was a rank 6 Gu. It was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer. That was a Gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight-type Gu, and can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Bai Gu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this Gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight Gu he has, and what rank it is. No doubt, Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight-type Gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes, even foresight results were messy and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, will this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs turning cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She could feel that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as dark as ink, with a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight-type Gu. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning. But in fact, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probe, probing both Bai Ningbing and Shang Yinfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. Once the water was slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big. With just two wooden tubs, it was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yinfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not just a saying. The fate of heroes was full of misfortunes and disasters. But it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yinfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After bathing for an hour, only then did the servant girls stop. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought about it, the weaker her fighting spirit became. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might feel that bathing was not a problem, but Fang Yuan saw from this small matter that she lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, Bai Ningbing was helping Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him and stretched out her hand. She placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A white watery light suddenly surged, enveloping Fang Yuan's entire body. A cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The originally burnt skin was visibly recovering. It began to grow. At the same time, flesh began to grow on the right side of Fang Yuan's head. As time passed, the flesh grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also formed. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Very quickly, he grew new and tender skin. The burnt hair and eyebrows also began to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph. She drove away my maid. How would I know if she washed herself clean?" "Huh." At this moment, the door opened, and Bai Ningbing walked out. She was dressed in a white robe, and her disguise had been washed away, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was smooth like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed, and she said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful." Even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Su Shou's temperament. She pursued beautiful things all her life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment. I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation goo." "Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know," Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go, go, go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and was chased out of the main room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangjing?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." "Haha, to think that Brother Fangjing is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, praising him. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at most above average. But his eyes were eerie and had a firm and unwavering temperament. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother, since you call me big brother, then I have to reprimand you. Why don't you want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has Shang Clan's rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan Leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xi and Ci to be stuck in the middle, do you?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "This treatment. It is not a gift. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders. It will destroy Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift." Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown deeper, he persuaded again. You, I don't know what to say. This is something that others yearn for. But you are pushing it away. Brother Fangjing, The weak can't win against the strong. If you really don't want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good? Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, this is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for you. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out, the token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yinfei to say it, but Shang Yinfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, I'll just borrow Wei Yang's mouth. Token? Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City. Although you know you need a token, you don't know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded. Although I don't understand, but since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by Yu Yang's trust. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and sighed. Brother, you and I are like old friends. How can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan cupped his fists at Shang Yinfei. I was rash. After Brother Wei Yang's advice, I realized a high-grade token is so important. I would like to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yinfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token. He had his own plans. But his plans were ruined by Wei Yang instead. This Wei Yang, with good intentions, did something bad. He did not think deeper. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2, they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan gradually. Thinking of this, Shang Yinfei laughed brightly, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half a clan elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yinfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated that it would be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yinfei's magnanimity. Shang Yinfei took out a token, made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized. On the front was the word Shang Clan, and on the back was the panoramic view of Shangliang Mountain. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yinfei summoned another gu. This is Shang Clan's special token gu. I need some of your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token gu self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a gu worm was used as a token, other gu masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a gu worm. It only had the power of the token gu. As time passed, the token gu's power would decrease, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang Clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control of Shang Clan's token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic gu master, they looked at him with contempt and disdain. But now, they treated him as an equal. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Currently, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yinfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou. Subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding Yanggu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 Gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 276. Shang Yinfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by Bai clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think? Shang Xinci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shang Xinci approved of this plan. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shang Yinfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang clan do it, he would be labeling himself as a member of Shang clan. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Etian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? The ironic thing was, when he created the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life and became a hegemon, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a complete set of goo worms, and his strength would increase greatly, and he would not be afraid of Bai clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yinfei's plan was very important to Shang Xinci. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. To speak the truth, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by Bai clan. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. All of a sudden, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain, "He, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage?" Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path, but Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan in front of Shang Yinfei. His arrogance shocked Shang Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yinfei did not mind at all in his eyes. Fang Yuan was very straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come out and get rid of our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you, Lord Yinfei, for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If my Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my, Shang Yinfei's, way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yinfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, The relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you. Even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around, laughing loudly. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young master saw the two arguing, cursing Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xian's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it. Brother Fangjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yanfei nodded. Fang Yuan was silent, while Wei Yang turned into light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported. Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fangjing, please follow us. Fang Yuan had never cared about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side. You come as well. It is good to check your body too. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came to the house. They were very familiar with this house. Back then, they were here, waiting for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure. Her face was covered with a white veil and she wore a white dress, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yanfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shangclan City as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl. What did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly. Wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shangclan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder as a birthmark. Special black oil was smeared on her face, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was astonished. Fang Yuan also showed an astonished expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, this is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath, wash their body clean, use essence, and change into a white robe. Otherwise, Lady Dr. Su Shou will not treat them. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The hot water is already prepared. It is in the house. Please go ahead. The two entered the house, and sure enough, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. This, Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou was very clean. If she chased away the maids, she would be afraid that they would not clean themselves and would not treat them. We don't need to leave, Big Brother Wei. You can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist. He left the house and closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The water temperature in the wooden tub was just right. The 2 maids sprinkled essence on the water, while the other rubbed Fang Yuan's body. Her movements were smooth, showing that she was experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, but did not move. She hesitated. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed. There is no need to conceal ourselves in Shangclan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fang Yuan continued, I called you here for your own good. I have heard of this Dr. Su Shou's name long ago. In the southern border, she, Nine-fingered wandering doctor, divine doctor, and killer doctor are known as the four great doctors. You can ask her about the yin-yang rotation gu later. Yin-yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted, bright light flickering in her eyes. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart. It was Fang Yuan's main method to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The impact that Shang Xinci had given her on her mind was still lingering, causing her to be somewhat apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this guy, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity, but he did. Otherwise, he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess spring-autumn cicada. That was a rank 6 gu. It was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer. That was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight type gu. He can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Bai Gu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has, and what rank it is. No doubt, Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes, even the foresight result was chaotic and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, would this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs were cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She felt that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as black as ink, calm and unperturbed like a deep lake, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing. That's right. This is my trump card, a foresight type gu. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future. You have no chance of winning. But the truth was, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probe. Probing Bai Ningbing and Shang Yinfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. When the water turned slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big. With just two wooden tubs, it was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yinfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not to say that the fate of heroes was full of misfortune and calamity. Rather, it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yinfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After washing for an hour, the maidservant finally stopped. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought, the more her fighting spirit weakened. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought, and the more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might have felt that there was nothing wrong with bathing, but Fang Yuan could see from this small matter that she had lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, it was Bai Ningbing who helped Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A pure white light suddenly surged and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The burnt skin started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the right side of Fang Yuan's head started to grow granules. As time passed, the granules grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also started to form. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Soon, he grew new tender red skin, and the burnt hair and eyebrows also started to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph. She chased away my maid. How would I know if she washed herself clean?" At this moment, the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out from the room. She was wearing a white robe and had washed off her disguise, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was like ice and bones were like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed. She said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful, even elder sister was almost stunned." This attitude had made a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he also knew that this Dr. Su Shou's personality was like this. She pursued beautiful things her whole life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment. I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation gu. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go, go, go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose as he was chased out of the room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangjing?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place. Haha, to think Brother Fangjing is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary. At best, he could be considered above average. But his eyes were eerie, with a firm and unwavering aura. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother, since you call me elder brother, then elder brother has to reprimand you. Why do you not want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has their own rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan Leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, right?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "This treatment is not enough. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders, ruining Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift." Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. What others yearn for, you push away. Brother Fangjing, the weak cannot win against the strong. If you really do not want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good?" Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, This is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for Brother Wei. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for?" Wei Yang blurted out, "The token, of course." Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yinfei to say it, but Shang Yinfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, he would use Wei Yang's mouth. "Token?" Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. "You just came to Shang Clan City. Although you know you need a token, you do not know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token." Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded. "Although I do not understand, but since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do." Wei Yang was immediately moved by the trust he had. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, sighing, "Brother, You and I are like old friends. How can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan immediately cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. I was rash. I heard Brother Wei Yang's words earlier. So a high-grade token is so important. I want to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token. He had his own plans. But he did not expect Wei Yang to ruin his plans. This Wei Yang, with good intentions, he did not think further. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shangclan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2, they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shangclan. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shangclan City had 9 different kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shangclan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half an elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated it to be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token, made of purple thornwood, palm-sized, with Shangclan's words on the front and Shangliang Mountain's panoramic view on the back. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another gu. This is Shangclan's special token gu. I need some of your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token gu self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shangclan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a gu worm was used as a token, other gu masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a gu worm. It only contained the token gu's power. As time passed, the token gu's power would diminish, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shangclan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shangclan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control Shangclan had over the token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic gu master, they looked down on him, but now, they treated him as equals. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Right now, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou. Subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 277. Bai Ningbing's appearance caused Fang Yuan's attention to plummet. The difference between before and after was too great, people could not help but notice. Even though Fang Yuan's looks were ordinary, Wei Yang praised him when he first appeared. Moreover, Bai Ningbing's looks were already peerless. Next, Bai Ningbing also obtained a redbud token. In the family banquet, everyone toasted each other. On the surface, it looked like a harmonious atmosphere, but behind the scenes, there was a turbulent undercurrent. In the large clans, the young masters would fight openly and covertly. Because the large clans had resources, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the normal clans, like the Guyue clan and the Bai clan, they would focus on nurturing one person. It was not because of their reproductive problems, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts that would lead to the clan's decline. Fang Yuan displayed his passionate and straightforward side. These young masters were all local tyrants, and making friends with them would be very beneficial for his next 2 to 3 years in Shangliang Mountain. He spoke frankly about his past, that he was once the young clan leader of the Guyue clan, and Bai Ningbing's status was similar. In a short while, he closed the distance between him and the young masters. During the banquet, people naturally asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain became an absolute ice region, but Fang Yuan did not explain. He only said that the past was unbearable, and his expression was painful. Now that he had the Redbud token, no one dared to force him. Some young masters took the initiative to toast Bai Ningbing, but the latter ignored them and continued to do as she pleased. If it was before, the young masters would definitely be furious, but now that Bai Ningbing had revealed her true appearance, many could not get angry. They only felt that this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, like an ice fairy. Her personality matched her temperament. It was a perfect match. The family banquet lasted for another hour before it ended. "Can I still call you Brother Heitu?" When they parted, Shang Xinc's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at Fang Yuan. "Call me whatever you want." Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shang Xinci blinked and said softly, "Brother Heitu's injuries have healed. It is worth being happy about, but I still feel that there is some distance. Brother Heitu now has the Redbud token. You can enter and leave the second inner city freely. Is Brother Heitu staying at Nanxiu Garden?" Shang Xinci spoke in detail. She felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her. He had a lot to say. In this unfamiliar environment, people would subconsciously seek a sense of security from familiar people. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to say, "I live in Nanxiu Garden. If you have time, you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is very big. We can walk around together." Shang Xinc's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Xiao Dai was also at the side, shouting happily, "I've been cooped up at home these past few days. I'm about to die of boredom." Now that Fang Yuan had returned to his original appearance, Little Butterfly didn't find it scary anymore. Then, Shang Yinfei left with Shang Xinci. The young masters were no longer restrained, and they could see some of their true colors. Many people extended invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not decline, only saying that he would definitely visit when he had time. These were just pleasantries. After the event was over, the two returned to Nanxiu Garden. "Are you happy now?" Bai Ningbing took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and sneered. "Happy about what?" "Humph. You already know the answer. Do you really want me to say it?" Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not convenient to say. It would not benefit anyone. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. "I have to admit, I underestimated you. You are truly amazing. Even though I want to cut you into pieces, I admire your methods." She paused for a moment before continuing. "A straightforward person does not beat around the bush. How can you give me the Yanggu?" Hee. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. Bai Ningbing taking the initiative to approach him meant that she was flustered. Shang Xinc's matter had a huge impact on him. This was no doubt an opportunity. Since she wanted to lay her cards on the table, then let's do it. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "You and I are both smart people. If we were in each other's shoes, what would you do?" Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. "I'm warning you, don't go too far. At most, we will fight to the death. Let's see who can gain the upper hand." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "You're right. I've been thinking about it these days. We both have our weaknesses. In this situation, why should we fight each other and let the fishermen reap the benefits?" Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued, "How about this? Protect me to rank 5 peak stage, then I will return the Yanggu to you." Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, then she sneered. "You think I am an idiot like Shangyizi? Rank 5 peak stage. To think you dare to say that." They agreed on rank 3 earlier, but Fang Yuan really went back on his words. Although Bai Ningbing was mentally prepared, but seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she was filled with anger. "Bai Ningbing, Don't be so ungrateful. I saved your life. If not for my Yinggu, your soul would have returned to Qingmao Mountain long ago. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. Bai Ningbing did not back down, immediately retorting, "Humph, if not for me blocking Generation Guyue, you would have died before me. If not for me at Baigu Mountain, that time you fell into the swamp, wasn't I the one who saved your life?" The two of them argued back and forth in the room for 5 or 6 sentences. Suddenly, they stopped talking at the same time. The enmity between the two of them had long since become a messy account. But one thing was for sure, the two of them were able to reach this point because they borrowed each other's strength. If not for them helping each other, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence. The atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. "What's your plan now?" After a while, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. "Stay in Shangclan City for 2 to 3 years. We have the token and Yuan stone now. It is enough to make a set of Gu worms. You fought with that Wei Yang. A Gu master needs to have a complete set of Gu worms to have power," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted. "At most rank 4 peak stage. Also, I contributed a lot to Baigu Mountain. You have to give me half of your Yuan stone." Fang Yuan nodded. "All right, let's make a promise by clapping hands." Bai Ningbing stared at him, furiously saying, "Do you think I am an idiot, making a promise by clapping hands? Use the poison Valgu. Do you understand?" Fang Yuan continued to nod. "No problem, let's use the poison Valgu." Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Fang Yuan agreed so readily, giving her a feeling of being schemed against. It was as if she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Bai Ningbing immediately became extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan continued, "From now on, if we have any gains, we have to split them 30-70. You take 30 and I will take 70. If there are any Gu worms, I will have the priority to choose, and I will compensate you with Yuan stone. You have to agree to this condition. It is already my bottom line." Bai Ningbing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Fang Yuan did not have any conditions, it would be too abnormal. She had been with Fang Yuan for so long, and had never seen him suffer a loss before. This person was too sinister and cunning, especially after today's matter. Bai Ningbing's fear towards Fang Yuan had increased to an unprecedented level. 370, it was really too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fang Yuan's. But if Fang Yuan did not make any excessive demands, Bai Ningbing would instead feel uneasy, thinking that this guy was up to no good again. After Fang Yuan mentioned it, Bai Ningbing instead felt more at ease. 370, let's do it. Bai Ningbing agreed. She did not care about the distribution of gains. Her biggest target was the Yanggu. After getting the information from Dr. Su Shou, her last trace of hope was shattered. The two spent the entire night discussing the details. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement more than 10 times, and after confirming that Fang Yuan had no loopholes, she stopped. Thus, the next day, the first thing they did was to buy the poison Valgu. The poison Valgu was a rank 3 Gu, and because it had many uses, almost every shop in 3rd Inner City sold it. The original price was 4,500 Yuan stone, and at the same time, it required at least a yellow pear token. But after Fang Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately shaved off the selling price by 1,500, and Fang Yuan paid 3,000 Yuan stone, obtaining the poison Valgu. The 9 tokens corresponded to different Gu, and each had a corresponding discount. "I will refine it this time." Bai Ningbing directly took the poison Valgu. She was very careful. She wanted to refine the poison Valgu personally, and was afraid that Fang Yuan would do something to it. This poison Valgu was originally refined by someone, and with the cooperation of the shop, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine this Gu for her own use. "Does your shop sell primeval elder Gu?" Bai Ningbing asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper shook his head, and respectfully told Bai Ningbing that the primeval elder Gu was a rare rank 3 Gu, and was usually only sold in auctions. But Fang and Bai had the purple thorn token. As long as it was not a large-scale auction, they could buy pre-auction items in advance. Wei Yang had already brought Fang and Bai to the auction area in 3rd Inner City. They easily went to the auction area, and in a small auction house, they spent 6,700 yuan stone and bought the primeval elder goo. We spent close to 10,000 yuan stone in the blink of an eye. We will split the cost of the poison vow goo. This primeval elder goo's cost will also be deducted from your share. Fang Yuan reminded, I will not haggle with you over such minor details. Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not caring much. She was used to spending lavishly and did not care about money. She even looked down on Fang Yuan's haggling over the smallest details. To prevent any accidents from happening, the two returned to Nanxiu Garden and used the poison vow goo. Like this, a new alliance agreement was established. According to the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan took out half of the 900,000 yuan stone and put it into Bai Ningbing's primeval elder goo. Fang Yuan lost half of his wealth, but gained an ally like Bai Ningbing. It was a good deal. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope of obtaining the yang goo. Both sides were wary of each other and had their own plans. It was not easy to have such a happy ending. Now, can you help me advance to rank 3? Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Bai Ningbing laughed proudly. Seeing Fang Yuan's ugly expression, she could not help but feel happy. These days, she did not provide any help to Fang Yuan's cultivation. But now that the alliance agreement was established, it was a different situation. Chapter 278. Swish, swish, swish in the aperture, tides rose and fell. Waves of primeval essence gushed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow, shining with silver light. It was the snow-silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms pressed against Fang Yuan's back, using the bone-flesh unity goo to instill primeval essence into him. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone-flesh unity goo, it would become Fang Yuan's, and could only be used by him. Fang Yuan mobilized the endless snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. He was now rank 2 peak stage. His primeval essence was dark red, and the aperture walls were crystal clear. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, he had to use the Yuan Stone to break through to rank 2 with rank 1 peak stage C-grade aptitude, and spent 3 to 4 days before he barely completed it. The process was extremely difficult. When he tried to break through to rank 3 with rank 2 peak stage, his aptitude was limited, and he had to use the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. But now, it was different. Not only had his aptitude increased to a grade 90%, he no longer needed the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo, and even had Bai Ningbing to help him. Life's encounters were truly miraculous. Even Fang Yuan would not have expected this at that time. The thick and solid crystal wall surface, under the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, quickly showed cracks. The cracks could be seen expanding and spreading at a visible speed. After a while, the entire crystal wall was full of cracks. Crack, crack, the crystal wall completely shattered, and countless crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, creating many waves. Next, these fragments turned into countless white specks of light, gradually dissipating in the primeval sea. A brand new layer of white light completely replaced the crystal membrane. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Light silver primeval essence was the characteristic of rank 3 initial stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan had officially broken through rank 2 peak stage, advancing to rank 3. Not mentioning rank 6 Goo Immortals, rank 3 Goo Masters were already the core strength, and whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they had the ability to establish themselves. It has only been a year since I left Qingmao Mountain, and I have already recultivated to rank 3 realm. This kind of cultivation speed is already more than 3 times that of Qingmao Mountain. Moreover, his aptitude is a grade, and his future is bright. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. Calculating the time, it was only 6 hours. That was fast. If he relied on his own strength, he could also break through to rank 3, but it would take at least a day and a night. The effect of the snow-silver true essence was indeed outstanding. At this moment, he carefully inspected the aperture. The pale white bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo had already been sold. More than half of his dark red peak second revolution primeval essence was still preserved. Bai Ningbing's injection did not stop. A stream of snow-silver quintessential essence descended from the sky like a waterfall into the sea of quintessential essence. It surged for a moment before sinking into the depths of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the true essence. The scarlet iron true essence and light silver true essence could only be pushed up by the snow-silver true essence. At the bottom of the true essence sea, a blue and white flower bud swayed along with the current. It was the rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, able to supply Feng Yuan with around 50 yuan stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the blood skull goo, emitting an evil aura. On the blood-red skull, there seemed to be purple flames flickering in the 2 deep eye sockets that looked like eye sockets. Not far from the blood skull goo, there was a crystal ball, motionless. In the crystal ball, the clouds faded, forming an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, looking like an immortal. The old man was holding a walking stick. He had a long beard and a plain expression. It was the primeval elder goo. Old man Yun was originally smiling, but after Feng Yuan took half of the yuan stone, his expression turned dull. There was also a jade pendant-like beetle fossil. It was translucent and green in color, emitting a refreshing aura. It was the rank 2 clearing heat goo, specially used to decipher heat. On the undulating sea surface, the 4 flavors liquor worm was rolling on the surface, playing with the waves. Its chubby body was flashing red, blue, green, and yellow, representing the 4 tastes of spicy, bitter, sour, and sweet. In the sky above the true essence sea, the sky canopy goo and yang goo were circling around the snow-silver waterfall, playing and flying. The sky canopy goo was like a giant ladybug. Its semicircular milky white shell was dotted with black spots. The yang goo was emitting a warm white light. The most important vital goo was still in hibernation, continuously absorbing the water in the river of time, recovering its life force. Other than these goo in the aperture, there was also the bone-flesh unity goo, forming a bracelet imprint worn on Feng Yuan's wrist. In his palm, there was the blood moon goo. On his tongue, there was the Tusita flower imprint. In his left ear, there was the breath concealment goo. On his feet, there was the jumping grass goo. The fleshbone goo was obtained by Ning Bing. It was returned to her. Originally, there was a plunder goo that looked like an iron pincer black beetle. Feng Yuan had used it to snatch the goo worms in by Ning Bing's aperture, but it had starved to death due to lack of food during the journey. These were all the goo worms that Feng Yuan had now. I need to keep the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can use it now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will become lesser. Blood skull goo is almost useless to me. It is too troublesome to nurture a bloodline. It is time-consuming and energy-consuming. Back then, Guyue's generation was also forced to do so. This can be changed. It is one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea Ancestor after all. Maybe I can exchange it for a good goo from the treasure realm. But the treasure realm is the foundation of Shang Clan, even if I have the purple thorn token. I need to think about it further. Spring-autumn cicada, primeval elder goo, and bone-flesh unity goo need not be said. Although the blood moon goo is easy to raise, it lacks attack power and cannot be used as a set. It is best to exchange the Tusita flower. There are better choices in the auction house. The breath concealment goo has to be exposed, but the jumping grass must be removed. It is meant to be used in emergencies. Other than these, I need to buy large numbers of strength goo to replenish my scouting and movement skills. At the same time, now that I have stabilized and gained Shang Clan's trust, I can try to contact the gambling den. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. The goo on him were pieced together. They were not a complete set, and they were lacking. It would severely affect his battle strength. Now that he was in Shang Clan City, it was a rare chance to develop steadily. He had to use this chance and make the best use of his time. Within 2 to 3 years, he had to form a complete set of goo worms, solidify his battle strength, and raise his cultivation as much as possible. After this time, it would be the 3 kings' inheritance, followed by the righteous demonic battle of Etion Mountain, which would affect the whole of southern border. It was a time when the wind and clouds gathered, when heroes ruled the world. Without the corresponding strength, one could only become a sacrifice. If he had the qualifications to participate, With the advantage of Fong Yuan's rebirth, he would definitely gain huge benefits. Subordinate Wei Yang greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yang knelt on the ground. Shang Yinfei stopped writing. Raising his head, Wei Yang, sit. There are only the two of us here. No need to be so restrained. Thank you, Clan Leader, for the seat. Wei Yang stood up and sat at the side. Shang Yinfei laughed. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. You are still so serious. When we first met, you had yet to dominate the battle stage, and I was only a Shang Clan young master. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. It's all thanks to you that I was able to ascend to the position of clan leader. Subordinate does not deserve such praise. Wei Yang quickly stood up, cupping his fists. Subordinate is slow-witted. I only know how to put my life on the line. Lord Clan Leader is wise and mighty. Wei Yang is merely the icing on the cake. He. Although I am wise and mighty, I am still alone. Only by gathering all of your strength can I gain momentum and gain power. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Even a strong man needs help from 3. Am I right? Shang Yinfei looked at Wei Yang with deep meaning. Wei Yang immediately sensed Shang Yinfei's meaning, but he did not understand, cupping his fists. Subordinate is ashamed. Shang Yinfei suddenly changed the topic. I had thought that Bai Ningbing was a woman disguised as a man. After all, many clans value men over women. But today, I heard from Dr. Su Shou that Bai Ningbing had asked her about the yin-yang rotation gu. It seems there is more to this. However, whether she was a man or a woman was a minor detail that was no longer important. What is important is whether she and that Fangjin can work for our Shang clan. Wei Yang was enlightened. This subordinate understands. Good, you may leave. Shang Yinfei waved his hand. Subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door open and close, Shang Yinfei leaned on his chair, closing his eyes. Fong and Bai could snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and also protect Shang Xi and Ci all the way. It showed that they were brave and resourceful. Their aptitude was also very good. According to the information, they were rank 3. They were not even 20 years old. They had great aptitude. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness. This was a sign of good character, making others feel at ease. Furthermore, they were not born as peasants. They were the young tribe leaders of the 2 clans. They had deep righteous path imprints. Shang Yinfei had been in charge of Shang clan for so many years. He had seen countless young talents, but there were very few who could move him like Fong and Bai. But Shang Yinfei did not want to recruit Fong and Bai for himself, but for Shang Xi and Ci. He opened his eyes and suddenly turned into a flash of fire, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was already in a huge corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with silver-colored stone bricks. Shang Yinfei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a chopstick. He slowly walked forward. There was no one in the spacious hallway, only his footsteps echoed. A moment later, he reached the end of the corridor. A vermilion-red door appeared in front of him. The door was as tall as the corridor's pillar and was about 30 meters wide. There was no handle on the door, but a huge human face was carved on it. The human face was protruding outwards, eyes closed in slumber. Using the yang carving technique, it was very lifelike. Shang Yinfei came to the door. Looking at the vermilion door, he said unhappily, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep. Is there any meaning? You have already played this trick too many times." The huge human face on the door suddenly opened its eyes, staring at Shang Yinfei, grumbling, "Ayaya, little Fei Fei, you have grown up. You are becoming less cute." As it said this, it opened its mouth, breathing out a gust of wind, causing Shang Yinfei's red hair to flutter. His voice was like the roar of thunder, and the entire corridor echoed with a buzzing sound. Chapter 279. Exchange Treasures? The huge face on the giant door winked at the tiny Shang Yinfei in front of it and said, "Little Fei Fei, you're not trying to take advantage of me again, are you? Although we are old acquaintances, as the door of the treasure realm, I will not help you steal what you are guarding. Although we have a very deep friendship, how many times have I said it? Can you change the way you address me? Shang Yinfei's forehead started to turn black. Then what should I call you? Little Yin Yin, Little Yin Fei, Little Yinzi? Shang Yinfei quickly waved his hand and said helplessly, Never mind, you can call me whatever you want. Let's get back to business. I am really here to exchange treasures. Oh, the huge face dragged his tone, appearing to be disinterested. Getting back to business so quickly. It is so hard to find you to talk to. I am bored to death. Shang Yinfei sighed. I am very busy, living treasure door. You know, I am already the Shang clan leader. I am no longer the same as before. Sigh, never mind, every Shang clan leader is like this. I thought little Fei Fei would be different from them. Actually, I do not have any requests. I just want to find someone to chat with. The night is long. The loneliness is unbearable. Living treasure door sighed faintly. You are a door, and you say you are unbearable? Can't you just sleep? Shang Yinfei's forehead was filled with black lines. Sleep? But I can't sleep alone. You do not know how hard it is to live alone. Living treasure door started to complain. I am not here to listen to your complaints. Get back to business. Get back to business. Shang Yinfei coughed. Oh, then get back to business. Living treasure door's expression turned solemn. You can exchange treasures. But I have a condition. It dragged its tone. Shang Yinfei immediately had a bad premonition. He frowned. What condition? Don't tell me it is? Ah, looking at your expression, little Fei Fei, you've already guessed it. That's right, that's right. I want you to pick my nose. Pick my nose. Living treasure door shouted excitedly. Pick my nose, nose shit. The deafening sound reverberated in the corridor. The veins on Shang Yinfei's forehead bulged. Bastard, you're playing this game again? My nose is really itchy. It's so itchy that I can't even breathe smoothly. I don't have hands, so I can't pick my nose freely like you humans. I'm so pitiful. Ah, little Fei Fei, my good friend, please do me a favor and help me clean my nose. In return, I will give you my precious booger. The living treasure door sang in a poetic tone. Hey, stop before you go too far. Shang Yinfei clenched his fists and roared at the end of his patience. The living treasure door snorted lightly, with a look of, what can you do to me? Then, it began to recite, pick your nose. Pick your nose. Pick your nose. If I don't pick my nose, I won't trade for treasures. I picked my nose, good baby. His voice shook the air and rumbled in the solemn corridor. Shang Yinfei lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. The sound of him picking his nose continued to echo in his ears. All right, stop reciting. I'll help you, all right? Shang Yinfei roared, feeling helpless. Even if he was a Grand Rank 5 Gu Master, the leader of Shang Clan, he could do nothing against the living treasure door. After all, the treasure realm was left behind by Shang Clan's predecessors. This was the work of a rank 5 and above Gu immortal. Oh yeah. The living treasure door let out a cheer of victory before shouting impatiently, Come, come. I can't wait anymore. Shang Yinfei's expression was stiff, his eyes twitching, but he still stretched out his right hand. On his right palm, there was a small palm print, bright red and glistening. At this moment, he activated his primeval essence, and the blood print flew out, turning into a huge bright red palm. Rank 5, blood handprint Gu. Anything that was hit by this Gu, be it birds, beasts, insects, or fish, as long as there was blood in them, they would turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely powerful. Shang Yinfei used this to move unhindered in the southern border, establishing his reputation. But now, he used the blood handprint to satisfy the living treasure door's eccentricity, picking his nose. The huge bright red palm formed a fist, and with a straight index finger, the fingertip went into the living treasure door's nostril. The living treasure door groaned in comfort. Good, like this? Oh, so refreshing. Go deeper, right? Go deeper. Use more strength, it's more flavorful. Ah, so refreshing. Little Fei Fei, your technique is really amazing. Tea. The living treasure door opened its mouth and sneezed. Countless red, yellow, blue, and green boogers were sprayed out. Looking carefully, the red one was hurricane wind pepper. a divine fusion refinement support material that was already extinct in the southern border. The yellow one was sorrow soil. It was extremely rare and was one of the materials used to refine rank 6 goo. The blue one was ice heart. Only in the heart of an iceberg that was thousands of years old would one be born. The green one was grass skirt goo, a rank 5 goo that had no defensive power, but after the goo master used it, they could wear a layer of grass skirt. It could directly absorb the free primeval energy in the air and quickly replenish the primeval essence in the aperture. All right, my breathing is smooth again. These boogers are all yours. I don't want to eat any more. It's too disgusting. After the living treasure door sneezed, he sniffled, feeling extremely refreshed. Shang Yinfei kept all these things into his bag and sighed helplessly. Can we talk about proper business now? Of course, of course. What treasure does little Fei Fei want to exchange for? The living treasure door's mood became much better. I remember there is a rank 5 man triumphing heaven goo in the treasure realm. I want to exchange for it. Shang Yinfei answered. The living treasure door's face showed a strange expression. Man triumphing heaven goo. This goo has the power to defy heaven and change fate. It is specially used for mortals who do not have cultivation talent to forcefully awaken their apertures. This goo is very expensive, little Fei Fei. Although we have a deep friendship and you have dug my nose many times, I cannot defy the rules of the treasure realm. If you want to exchange for this goo, you need to take out a more valuable goo and send it to the treasure realm. Can you not mention the matter of digging your nose? The veins on Shang Yinfei's forehead were bulging. He took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was like a baby's palm, soft and chubby, like a translucent agate crystal. There were thousands of red bloodlines on the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. The living treasure door saw this goo and immediately exclaimed in shock. You want to give up blood handprint goo? Little Fei Fei, I remember this is one of your most useful goo worms. Didn't you want to collect the blood sea true inheritance? Have you given up on the dream of your youth? Shang Yinfei sighed helplessly. There are countless blood sea inheritances. The true inheritances are hidden among them. It is too difficult to find them. Even though I have been using Shang Clan's resources to investigate, all these years, I have only found 2 true inheritances. I want to exchange for the man triumphing heaven goo. I cannot give up on the more valuable goo worms I have. I can only temporarily give up blood handprint goo. When there is a chance, I will exchange it back. Shang Yinfei's goo worms mostly came from the blood sea inheritance, causing him to be proficient in the path of bloodlines. Thus, when Shang Xinci entered Shangclan City, she was immediately sensed by him. All right, since you have made your decision, Living Treasure Door said as he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood handprint goo. Gulp. With a loud sound, it swallowed the blood handprint goo into the treasure realm. Next, with a retching sound, it opened its mouth and spat out a goo. This goo was like a 1,000-year-old ginseng, with countless roots. The old ginseng was yellow in color, its radiance was restrained. The top part was round, but the bottom part was split, like a pair of human legs. It was the man triumphing heaven goo. Quickly refine it. Once we leave the treasure realm, in 3 breaths of time, this goo will regain its wild nature. If you refine it, it will be difficult. Living Treasure Door urged. Shang Yinfei nodded, activating a luxurious purple crystal primeval essence and refining the man triumphing heaven goo. He, with this goo, Ci Air will be enlightened. I will also use some aptitude-raising goo to help her cultivate. In the future, I will recruit Fong and buy and use them as her wings. Ci Air, I will make you happy, and in this world, strength is the prerequisite for happiness. Shang Yinfei kept the man triumphing heaven goo in his aperture, his emotions fluctuating. I am leaving, Living Treasure Door, he said to the huge door. Hey, you are leaving so soon? Accompany me for a chat. It is too boring to stay here alone. Living Treasure Door said anxiously. But with a flash of blood flame, Shang Yinfei disappeared. Ah, this rascal. He left me alone again. So pitiful, so stuffy, so boring. Living Treasure Door's grumbling voice resounded in the corridor. At the banquet, good wine and delicacies were being served. The atmosphere was very lively. Brother Wei, "Brother Xiao Yin, come, let's drink another cup." Fang Yuan stood up and raised his cup, while Bai Ningbing expressionlessly picked up some food. Wei Yang and Xiao Yin raised their cups at the same time. The three cups collided fiercely, the wine splattering on the table and the food. Back in the battle zone, Fang Yuan had said he would treat them to a meal, but Xiao Yin did it first. This time, he fulfilled his promise and invited them to a banquet in a large restaurant. To think that Brother Fangjing actually saved Shang Clan's daughter. Good things come to good people. Purple Thorn Token, TSK TSK. I am really envious. Xiao Yin was a cheerful and honest person. He did not hide his envy towards Fang Yuan. He had lived in Shangclan City for many years. He knew the value of the Purple Thorn Token. Wei Yang put down his cup. I wonder what you two plan to do next? Fang Yuan answered. We are going to stay in Shangclan City for a while. We will exchange our useless goo worms and buy some more to make a set. Good idea. Very correct. Even if you did not do this, I would have reminded you. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, feeling happy. Fang, and by staying mint, there would be more opportunities to recruit them. Chapter 280. Nurture, Use, Refinement. These were the three main aspects of a goo master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were deep and profound. The knowledge was as vast as the sea. Normal people could spend their entire lives and still not understand them. Brother Wei, please give me some pointers. At the banquet, Fang Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off right from the start. We are family. No need to be polite. Wei Yang cleared his throat, speaking. From the big picture, goo masters are split into 9 ranks. Rank 1 to 5 become mortals. Rank 6 to 9 become immortals. Among millions of goo masters, there might be one who becomes an immortal. Becoming an immortal is too far-fetched. Even publicly recognized geniuses might not succeed. Let's not talk about immortals. Let's talk about mortals. Among the 5 ranks in the mortal realm, rank 1 and 2 are just the beginning, while rank 4 and 5 are high-end battle strength. Rank 3 in the middle is the link between the two. The two of you have cultivated to this stage. You have already reached a higher level. Rank 3 is especially important. During this period, you will have a solid foundation and choose the right direction to develop. You will have great achievements in the future. When a goo master reaches rank 3, their individual strength cannot be ignored. In many villages, rank 3 goo masters are clan elders. During this period, the goo master first needs to determine their own direction of development, then create a set of goo worms. To become a logistics goo master, the goo worms have to be storage-type goo worms. To become an investigative goo master, the goo worms have to be investigative. To have success in fusion, the goo master can choose to deduce goo worms in this aspect and create new recipes. If one likes scheming, they can collect lightning thoughts goo, immortal guidance goo, and others. Wei Yang continued to introduce. The so-called direction was attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, investigation, these 6 main aspects. Healing goo masters were doctors. They had high status. Storage goo masters were logistics goo masters. Every force could not lack them. Wei Yang was a movement goo master. His core goo worm was rainbow-like goo. Of course, other than these 6 main aspects, there were other small branches. For example, goo masters specialized in refinement. They had goo worms to speed up the refinement, or to weaken the goo worm's will. For example, insect-catching goo masters, they specialized in finding and capturing wild goo worms. All in all, at rank 3, goo masters would start to have complicated and detailed job classifications. Goo masters would become more specialized in a certain domain. At this point, Wei Yang paused and looked at Fang and Bai, asking, I wonder if the two of you have decided on the direction of your development? Attack. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing said in unison, without any hesitation. Both of them advocated attacking. Aggression was second nature to them, and they were both arrogant and unruly. Wei Yang nodded. He was not surprised. He had read many people and could guess Fang and Bai's choice. He continued. Next, we need to choose goo worms and combine them into a set of interconnected systems. A set of goo worms had many benefits. First of all, in terms of feeding, similar goo worms were fed with similar food, which was convenient to collect, store, and trade. Secondly, in terms of usage, The goo worms could coordinate and complement each other. For example, Wei Yang's rainbow light goo expended a lot of primeval essence. Wei Yang used light source goo to reduce this expenditure. Finally, in terms of refinement, put similar goo worms together and refine them to a higher rank. Not only could it save money, but it also had a higher success rate than the fusion of goo worms. Since you have chosen the offensive aspect, then there is no doubt that the offensive type goo will be the core. All the other goo worms will have to serve this core. Take Little Xiao for example. He chose the pellet fire goo as his main attacking method. Thus, I suggest he split one goo into two to increase the number of pellet fires. He also chose the enormous goo to increase the size of the pellet fire and increase its power. He also chose the fire source goo to reduce the primeval essence expenditure. He also used the fire travel goo as his movement type goo. Wei Yang patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan pretended to have a bitter expression. Brother Wei, you have exposed all my secrets. Wei Yang did not mind. Haha, your secrets have already been exposed by others. Right now, who in the battle stage doesn't know what goo worms you have? Soon after, Wei Yang turned to Fong and Bai and said, even if all your goo worms are exposed, it is not a problem. As long as you combine them well, you can deal with any situation. The core goo worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have the two of you thought about what offensive goo to use as the core? Fong Yuan clenched his fists. Before this, I have already used many goo worms to increase my strength. Strength is my advantage. I want to continue down this path and use my great strength to suppress my opponents. Bai Ningbing directly said the name of a goo, Frost Demon Goo. Speaking of which, Bai Ningbing originally had a rank 3 Frost Demon Goo. Frost Demon Goo could allow a Goo Master to turn into a Frost Demon, and Bai Ningbing was very good at using it. Unfortunately, during the battle with Gu Qing Shu, the Frost Demon Goo was destroyed. This caused Bai Ningbing to be obsessed with the Frost Demon Goo. Wei Yang heard this and frowned. You want to walk the Strength Path and Ice Path. Ice Path has the advantage in defense. Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo, and Ice Crystal Goo are the three most popular transformation type goo. Frost Demon Goo and Snow Woman Goo are suitable for females, while Ice Crystal Goo is more suitable for males. As for Fangjing, you want to walk the Strength Path. Wei Yang shook his head. I am not trying to discourage you, but this idea is not reliable. Strength Path is the most common choice. Why? Because it is cheap and good. Strength Path related goo are mostly cheap. But Strength Path is also the hardest to stand out and can easily become mediocre. I will tell you the truth. I have walked the Strength Path before, but to purify the increased strength in my body, I had to spend a lot of yuan stone. Most demonic goo masters lack capital and use Strength Path as a springboard. But Brother Fangjing, you have the purple thorn token and hundreds of thousands of yuan stone. You don't need to take this detour. Strength Path is really hard to stand out. Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and nodded. Wei Yang smiled in relief. It was not a waste of his words. Xiao Yan also smiled. Listening to Brother Wei's words, I also gained a lot. Brother Wei is right, but I still want to walk the Strength Path. Fong Yuan cupped his fists. Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon Goo and choose Ice Crystal Goo. At the side, Bai Ningbing also made up her mind. Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you guys listen to Brother Wei's words earlier? Xiao Yan shouted. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a smile, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. Because Ice Crystal Goo is suitable for men, I chose it. Fong Yuan rubbed his nose. Thank you, Brother Wei, for your suggestion, but I like Strength Path. Others can't stand out if they choose it, but if I stand out, wouldn't that show off my strength? Ha ha ha. Only with difficulty can there be a challenge. Only with a challenge can there be a sense of accomplishment. I was hesitant, but after hearing Brother Wei's words, great, this is it. Choosing Strength Path was Fong Yuan's plan. It was related to the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. This could not be told to outsiders. You too. Xiao Yan was stunned, not knowing what to say. You two need to reconsider. This is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone anxious. He had never expected his words to have the opposite effect. Brother Wei, no need to persuade me. Roads are made by humans. I have made up my mind. Ha ha ha, let's continue drinking. Fang Yuan spoke in time, his attitude firm, causing Wei Yang's words to be stuck in his stomach. Sigh. Wei Yang helplessly raised his wine cup, but he made up his mind to persuade the two. Especially this Fang Yuan. He was simply messing around, treating his future as a joke. He should not have done that. If this goes on, he would be wasting his talent. Wei Yang could not watch it anymore. He needed to correct his thinking. This was the future star that Lord Tribe Leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, after sending off the nagging Wei Yang and Xiao Yin, Fang and Bai returned to the shop. After showing the purple thorn token, Bai Ningbing spent 28,000 yuan stone to buy the rank 3 ice crystal goo. Fang Yuan chose a rank 2 brown bear innate strength goo, spending 4,100 yuan stone. You really intend to make ice crystal goo your vital goo? After leaving the shop, Fang Yuan asked with a frown. Bai Ningbing knew what he was asking. She was already rank 3 peak stage. One more step, and she would be rank 4 realm. She could buy rank 4 goo worms in advance. But Bai Ningbing shook her head, her expression solemn. I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Yesterday, I found that my aptitude rose by 1 point. The northern dark ice soul physique was like a curse, coiling around Bai Ningbing's body. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually recover to 100% and return to the 10 extreme physique. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing to rank 4. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence had better quality than white silver primeval essence and could nourish the aperture more easily, allowing Bai Ningbing's aptitude to recover faster. Fang Yuan couldn't help but slow down. Is that so? It seems you can't leave the Yanggu in my hands. Hehehe. Maybe you can go to Fengyu Manor to inquire. They specialize in selling information. They might have what you need. You're not coming with me? Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Fang Yuan. I want to go to the gambling den. Fang Yuan smiled. All right. Looking at Bai Ningbing's departing figure, Fang Yuan's smile gradually disappeared. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot some things. Do you have them here? He took out a list. The shopkeeper did not dare to neglect a guest with a purple thorn token. Looking at the contents of the list, he nodded. We have them. Our shop has them. Very good. Prepare one for me. Immediately. Yes, yes, yes. A moment later, he walked out from the back door of the shop, following another path, going down to the gambling area. Chapter 281. This was a black rock. It was the size of a wash basin. The surface of the black rock flickered with specks of blue light. At first glance, it looked like sparse stars twinkling in the darkness. This was a stellar rock. But different from the surrounding stellar rocks, this stellar rock was squarish, like a brick. However, it was this rock buried in a corner that had a legendary goo worm taken out. And that lucky person, who was originally a nameless person, used this goo to make a name for himself in the strength path, gaining an achievement that others were envious of. Fang Yuan stood here, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He somewhat understood why no one was interested in this stubborn rock. This was an extremely luxurious large-scale gambling den. Business was very good. Although it was third inner city, there was a huge crowd around him. According to classification, the rocks were divided into 5 areas: miscellaneous, low, middle, high, and special grade. In the miscellaneous grade area, each rock was sold for a dozen or so yuan stone. The lower grade rocks were sold for 100 yuan stones on average. Middle grade rocks were sold for 1,000, high grade up to 10,000, and special grade rocks were sold for hundreds of thousands. And this stellar rock was in the miscellaneous grade area. Mixed grade stones were the stones that were the least valued, and their quality was the worst. Most of them were solid rocks. Even if a goo worm was taken out, it would mostly be the remains of dead goo worms. Especially after the demonic goo master Wei Shunjing appeared, the miscellaneous grade rocks market was severely impacted. Wei Shunjing was an expert in counterfeiting. People called him the counterfeit master. He made a fortune by selling large amounts of counterfeit miscellaneous grade rocks. Almost all the large clans had his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Miscellaneous grade rocks were becoming more and more unpopular, but it was not that no one cared about them. Sometimes, some Gu masters who were in a good mood would come out to shop and gamble. They would buy a few miscellaneous grade rocks and gamble for fun, or professional gamblers would use them to test their luck. After all, miscellaneous grade rocks were cheap. To some Gu masters, they would not feel heartache even if they lost. But the problem was, this was third inner city. Most of the Gu masters here were rank 3 Gu masters. Rank 3 was the rank of clan elder. At this level, most would have some family assets. Even if they wanted to test their luck, they would choose some lower grade rocks that had a higher chance of winning. Gambling on miscellaneous grade rocks, to them, was somewhat beneath their level. Of course, in such a large-scale gambling den, with people coming and going, there would be some Gu masters who would try to get their hands on these miscellaneous grade rocks. But, how could they think that this stellar rock would hide a legendary Gu worm in this counter? Fong Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar rock was used as a stepping stone, placed under a corner of the counter. With so many people coming and going, who would pay attention to an ordinary counter in the middle of dozens of long counters in the miscellaneous area? These counters were filled with origin stones of mixed grade, one after another, stacked on top of another. They were cheap, like the stacks of vegetables and fruits in the market on Earth. The Gu masters who came here would all focus their attention on these primeval stones. Therefore, no one had ever paid any attention to this stellar stone, to the extent that it was gradually covered in dust, becoming even more unremarkable. No one knew when or who had used the stone as a stepping stone. No one knew how many people had passed by the stone during this period of time. Until one day, a Gu master who was not doing well tripped on the corner of this counter when he walked here. Logically speaking, this Gu master could only blame himself for being careless. The counter did not move. Many Gu masters walked past it, but no one was bumped into. Just like an electric pole, it stood on the street, not provoking anyone. But there would always be people careless, bumping into the electric pole while walking. How could this be blamed on the electric pole? But no matter which world, resolving disputes was not through reasoning, but through strength. A rooster raised by a farmer crowed, causing the farmer to be unable to sleep in. Thus, in a fit of anger, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was nothing wrong with this. No matter which world, the big shots only needed to take a small step back, and the conflict could be resolved. But in the end, the big shots would not take a step back, and the small shots would have to make a huge sacrifice. The Gu master tripped. Although he did not fall, he was very angry. He vented his anger on this stumbling block. Very well. Since you dare to trip me, I will cut you off. Thus, the Gu master bought this stone and cut it open in front of everyone. Then, the legendary Gu appeared. It was a very dramatic event. Because of this dramatic event, it was passed down by everyone in Fong Yuan's previous life. And now, this dramatic event had not happened yet. This star stone was still perfectly fine as a stepping stone. It was silent and quiet, and Fong Yuan's foot was only 2 feet away from it. Customer, is this your first time gambling on stones? A shop assistant walked over. He saw Fong Yuan's dazed eyes, not knowing that he was using the corner of his eyes to observe the stone under his feet. Fong Yuan rubbed his nose, replying, more or less. If he did not count his previous life's experience, this was indeed only his second time since his rebirth. Noob. Easy to trick. The shop assistant's smile became brighter. Then please come in. To speak the truth, the stones here are the cheapest, but there are no good things if they are cheap. The quality is not good, and the shape is weird. What can you gamble for? Allow me to introduce you to the guests. Oh, go ahead. Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows, following the shop assistant into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how the stubborn stones are created? The shop assistant walked in front, turning around to ask. Without waiting for Fong Yuan to reply, he answered himself. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is full of spirit, good at creation, and has the highest intelligence. Thus he created many new Gu worms that do not exist in nature. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They do not have any intelligence, but their small bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth leave a trace of life. Some Gu worms are heavily injured, or do not have food. they can fall into hibernation. After a long time, a layer of stone will condense around their body. The stone layer thickens, becoming stone skin. The stone skin thickens again, becoming stone flesh. After a long time, the stone flesh thickens and solidifies, finally turning into stubborn stones. These stubborn stones tightly wrap around the goo worm and are affected by the law fragments in the goo worm's body, gradually becoming different, very different from the surrounding soil and stones. When people find these stubborn stones, they carefully collect them, and this is the stubborn stone you see now. Feng Yuan nodded, walking as he answered, "Yes, I have vaguely heard of the origin of the stubborn stones." The deeper they walked into the gambling den, the more goo masters there were. Many goo masters were picking stones or discussing in low voices. The gambling den was spacious, and the whispers made it even more quiet. The shop assistant spoke frankly with assurance. "Customer, since you want to gamble, then you cannot be careless. Although our shop is a gambling den, we do not cheat people. We have to let you gamble without worry and understand the situation. Our shop mainly sells old man stones, cart-pushing stones, stellar stones, and frost stones. Every stone is divided into 5 grades according to their appearance, and their prices are also different. Some are as high as 100,000, while some are only a few yuan stone." "Customer, the place you were at just now was the cheapest mixed grade area. Why didn't I suggest you buy there?" "Because the stubborn stones in the mixed grade area have the worst appearance. Let's take stellar stones as an example. Stellar stones usually contain starlight-type goo. These goo contain the laws of the movement of the stars, thus the stubborn stones gradually form speckles of starlight. Among the star-type goo, the most commonly seen is the rank 1 star dart goo. Thus the stubborn stones have the shape of a dart, or the star arrow bone. The stubborn stones are usually long, with one end sharp and the other side spreading out. There is also the meteor goo. The stubborn stones look like a ball but have a tail. These shaped stones have a high chance of having goo worms. Of course, other than the outer appearance, there are many other factors. For example, the more starlight speckles, the higher the chance of having a goo inside, and the higher the rank of the goo worm. Customer, what you see now is the middle grade stone. You will find that the appearance is no doubt better. Of course, the price here is slightly higher." "Yes, that is true," Feng Yuan casually agreed. The shop assistant said with a proud tone, "Our shop has the most outstanding rock dissecting masters with at least 20 years of experience. Among them, there is a division master who specializes in using acid to dissect rocks. He has been dissecting rocks for over 50 years. I strongly suggest customer, after choosing the stubborn stones, dissect them in our shop. The rock dissecting masters are even more professional. They have a set of specialized goo worms for dissecting rocks. The method of dissecting rocks also needs to be chosen appropriately. For example, to dissect stellar stones, it is best to use magnetism. To dissect old man's rocks, use acid. If the stubborn stones have goo, they are extremely weak. Choosing an inappropriate method can easily cause a fatal blow to the goo. By then, it will be too late to regret. Customer, if you choose a rock in the high grade or special grade area, our shop will dissect it for you for free. If it is in the middle grade or low grade area, you will have to pay additional fees. As for the mixed grade area, I do not recommend customer to hire a rock dissecting master. Normally, the cost of hiring a master is several times higher than the cost of buying the rock." Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia Clan's caravan came, Feng Yuan had dissected the purple gold rock himself. But his method could be said to be a violent dissection. Fortunately, the purple gold rock was relatively soft, the mud-skinned toad's tenacious vitality, and of course, Feng Yuan's rich experience. The violent dissection method could not be used widely, as it could kill the living goo. If Feng Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need the help of this shop's rock dissection master. After strolling around, Feng Yuan finally casually chose a few rocks in the low-grade area. There were old man stones, cart-pushing stones, and stellar stones. The shop assistant could not help but be disappointed, but with his glib tongue, he tried his best to persuade Feng Yuan to buy a few higher-grade ones. But how could Feng Yuan fall for his trick? After spending so much effort, this was the result. The shop assistant's voice became weak. Customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token or above, there will be a discount in terms of price. Please show it to me. But at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. His mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Purple thorn token? Oh my God. Chapter 282. The purple thorn token was in Fong Yuan's hand, emitting a brilliant light, like a dream or illusion. The shop assistant stared at the token with a dazed expression. After a while, he suddenly woke up and said in a respectful tone, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for being blind. Please wait for a moment. I will call the shopkeeper over." The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard that the redbud token had appeared, he immediately ran over with a jolt. Seeing Fong Yuan, he immediately bowed. "Esteemed guest, your arrival really brings light to our humble shop," Fong Yuan said plainly, pointing at the stones he specially picked. "I've gambled some small stones. I'll have to trouble you to open them." The shopkeeper quickly looked and was stunned. Why were they all low-grade stones? He quickly looked at the shop assistant. His gaze seemed to be reproaching. "Those who have the purple thorn token are all important people, big customers, and you actually asked him to choose these goo?" The shop assistant stood at the side uneasily, unable to say a word. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Fong Yuan. "Esteemed guest, there is no problem if you want to open the stones. Those who have the purple thorn token can open stones for free in all the gambling dens. As for these stones, there is a discount, only 650 yuan stone." "I know. The rules of the gambling den: first pay, then open the stones." Fong Yuan nodded, taking out the corresponding amount of yuan stone from the primeval elder goo. The shopkeeper quickly took the yuan stone and immediately called the shop assistant. "Quickly go and invite Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao, and Master Ma out." He then turned to Fong Yuan. "Esteemed guest, the stone opening platform is inside the den. Please move aside." The 5 stone-cutting masters were resting in the small courtyard behind the gambling den. At their level, ordinary rocks wouldn't cause them to make a move. And some young goo masters, mostly their apprentices, were in charge of opening the stones normally. The shop assistant ran to the small courtyard and stated his purpose. "Oh, inviting us 4 old fellows out?" The 5 old masters' eyes brightened. Could it be that someone bought those special-grade stubborn stones? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The shop assistant shook his head. "It's just some low-grade rocks." The expressions of the old masters immediately changed, revealing a displeased look. The division master snorted coldly. Asking them to remove the inferior stones was simply an insult, and it was a belittling of their status. But the shop assistant immediately said, "The visitor is a distinguished guest with a redbud token. The shopkeeper specially asked me to invite the 5 of you." "What? Redbud token? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" For thousands of years, Shang clan has only given out a few hundred purple thorn tokens. There's actually a redbud token owner? Quick, quick, quick. What are you waiting for? The 5 old masters hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard and onto the workbench. On the workbench, the young stonecutters were shocked and hurriedly greeted him. The old masters waved their hands and chased the younger generation off the stage. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Many gazes were directed at him. People whispered to each other and could not help but feel curious. What's going on? It's rare to see the 5 old masters of the 5 masters coming out together. Could it be that someone bought a batch of special-grade stubborn stones? Fong Yuan, accompanied by the shopkeeper, had already arrived in front of the workbench where the rocks were being cut in public. But he did not move forward and kept a low profile, only watching from afar. But the 5 old masters were old and experienced. Their gazes swept around and saw that the shopkeeper was like a little attendant following beside a young man. How could they not know Fong Yuan's identity? But Fong Yuan only watched from afar and did not walk forward. The 5 old masters could not help but guess. It seems this young master does not want to be known. This was also normal. Many people were like this before they dissected the stones. Losing the bet would cause them to lose face. Looks like I have to perform well this time, and strive to leave a deep impression on this esteemed guest. It would be best if I can establish a relationship with him. The 5 old masters were secretly calculating, rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. The stones that Feng Yuan chose were given priority by the shop assistant. When the surrounding people saw these stones, they were shocked. What? These are all low-grade stones. Am I seeing things, these lousy stones, cutting the inferior stones for the old masters? This is simply an insult to them, but a scene that made them stare in shock happened. The 5 old masters held these inferior stones with both hands and carefully placed them on the stone table in front of them. Their expressions were extremely serious and solemn. Then they summoned their goo worms and started to dissect the stones in front of everyone. Most of the 5 old masters were rank 2 peak stage. Only the division master was rank 3. For a moment, all kinds of goo worms appeared, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What's going on? Don't tell me these stones have a great origin and are not as simple as they seem? I have never seen such serious expressions from the 5 old masters. On the stage, goo worms flew around as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. The division master had the highest cultivation and was the stone dissecting master of the gambling den. He was proficient in acid dissecting stones. First, he took out a large bowl and summoned a snake goo to spit out green acid. Then, he carefully placed the stones in the acid. Bubbles kept popping up. After a long while, his hands were covered in a layer of light, and he took out the shrunken stone. Then, he placed it in another acid. Master Zhang used the magnetism dissecting method. His palms faced each other. The stones floated in the air between his palms. Tiny stone chips were constantly being sucked out by the power of the magnetism. There were also other masters. Some summoned toad goo and used the toad's tongue to lick the stones. Some used fire to roast, while some controlled a small whirlwind to cut the stones. A group of young stonecutters stood behind the old masters, dumbfounded. Why was there a need to make such a big fuss about these inferior stones? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could it be that the old master's actions had a deeper meaning? No, I have to observe carefully. The result of my observation made everyone dumbfounded. These inferior stones, after being dissected, did not have any material. It was either solid or hollow. There wasn't even a single dead goo in sight. What is this? I thought there was something fishy. So they are all ordinary inferior stones. What are these old masters doing here? They are really wasting my time. The surrounding crowd was greatly disappointed and left with a flick of their sleeves. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. In the past, when he saw that the stones chosen by the gamblers did not have any goo worms, he would be extremely happy. But now, he wished he could stuff a few goo worms into the stones. An esteemed guest with a purple thorn token could not be easily offended. He carefully looked at Feng Yuan, wanting to say some comforting words. But Feng Yuan had already opened his mouth, smiling. No matter, it seems my luck is not good today. I will not gamble anymore. I will come again when I have time. The shopkeeper and the worker respectfully sent Feng Yuan to the door. They still wanted to send him out of the street, but were stopped by Feng Yuan. Only when Feng Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street did the shopkeeper straighten his back. He turned around and gave the worker beside him a violent knock. Who asked you to neglect the esteemed guest? The worker held his head in pain, not daring to say a word. Feng Yuan's visit today was only to probe. Now that he found his target, this trip was already a success. As for the stellar stone, he could not sell it directly. He had to go through some trouble. If Feng Yuan wanted to obtain that goo, he would have to open the stellar stone. He did not have the methods to open it himself, and to gather a set of specialized goo worms, the expenditure was huge. Thus he had to hand it over to the old masters in the gambling den. If the old masters opened the stones in public, it would cause a commotion. If he used the purple thorn token and asked them to open the stones in secret, it would not be appropriate and would make people suspicious. If Feng Yuan got a legendary goo right from the start, his luck would be too good. Feng Yuan did not doubt Shang Clan's enormous power. Shang Yinfei had just investigated him. He must have known that Feng Yuan got the Mudskin Toad in Jia Clan's caravan. If Fang Yuan gambled twice, once he got the mud skin toad, and the other time he got the legendary goo. Shang Yin-fei was an astute person. How could he not be suspicious? Stone gambling involved huge benefits. If Shang Yin-fei suspected that Fang Yuan had a method to detect if there was a goo in the stone, he would definitely be moved, and even make a move. Fang Yuan did not have such a method, but he could not expose some of his goo worms, especially the spring-autumn cicada. Especially on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yin-fei was not the main threat. The real threat came from rank 6 goo masters. Almost all Overlord-level forces had rank 6 goo masters behind them. Once goo masters reached rank 6, they would live in seclusion for over 10 years. Because their strength had reached a qualitative change, they had their own difficulties and had to take responsibility for themselves. But if Spring-Autumn Cicada was exposed, these rank 6 goo masters would definitely flock over. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Fang Yuan was a cautious person. How could he make a big mistake in such a small matter? He had to eliminate all reasons to expose Spring-Autumn Cicada, even if he had to bear the risk of the stellar stone being discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the chances of the legendary goo being discovered were very small. But even if it was discovered, Fang Yuan had corresponding methods to resolve it. It was better than arousing suspicion and the threat of Spring-Autumn Cicada being exposed. For the next few days, I will go to the stone gambling area and buy some stones to gamble, leaving behind some impressions. Fang Yuan thought along the way as he walked back to Nanxiu Garden. Bai Ningbing had already returned from Fengyu building. I was waiting for you. Saying so, she handed the ice crystal goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to refine it and threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing helped him cultivate, and he would help Bai Ningbing refine the goo. This was part of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal goo and walked into the secret room to refine it. Fang Yuan also walked into another secret room and started refining a type of goo. Chapter 283. In the secret room, starlight shone clearly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, starting to refine goo. After parting with Bai Ningbing, he went to a shop again and bought everything needed for the goo refinement. Of course, to prevent the recipe from being exposed, he added some unnecessary things to disguise it. He willed, summoning a goo. This goo was like a spherical airbag, fist-sized and orange in color. Its surface was wrinkled and somewhat thick, making it uncomfortable to touch. This was the rank 1 smelly fart goo. Its only use was to emit a foul smell and had no attack power. Don't think that this goo's effect was strong, but it was widely used as a goo refinement material. Fang Yuan silently injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to slowly expand and float in the air. At the same time, he opened a mud jar in front of him. Immediately, a rotten stench spread out. This jar was filled with rotten swamp mud. It was black and sticky. This mud was also a widely used goo refinement material. Rice bag grass go. Fang Yuan willed and shot out a seed from his aperture. The seed was shot into the mud jar, and as the primeval sea level in his aperture decreased, dark green vines drilled out from the rotten swamp mud. The vines continued to extend out of the mud jar, and after covering an area of 2 feet, they grew branches and large leaves grew. These green leaves were plump like buckets. They were small at first, but quickly expanded to the size of a bowl. Fang Yuan peeled off the top of these leaves, revealing the pure white rice grains inside. But Fang Yuan did not use them, instead pouring them into the rotten swamp mud. Next, he slowly released the smelly fart goo, multitasking, activating the smelly fart goo and the rice bag grass at the same time. The smelly fart goo emitted an orange light, fusing with the green light emitted by the rice bag grass. The mixed light gradually converged, going into the mud jar. The mud jar continued to shake, before finally stopping, and a new goo flew out. Its entire body was yellowish-brown and looked like mud. It gave off a faint stench like a pile of shit. Don't look at its ugly appearance, it can make. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it could cause diarrhea. Don't look at it, but it can make people vomit. Goo Fang Yuan's goo. There were millions of goo worms, like people of all shapes and sizes. There was the holy and elegant heavenly essence treasure lotus, the philosophical and zen spring-autumn cicada, the evil and ghostly blood skull goo, and of course, there were also disgusting-looking, smelling, and touching poop goo, smelly fart goo, etc. It was only the smelly fart goo. It goo goo goo. Goo goo Fong it refined. It goo goo. And it was. Fong Yuan then took out the great strength goo and bought it from the shop. This goo could double the goo master's strength in 50 breaths of time. Fong Yuan used the great strength goo and the poop goo to refine the great strength poop goo. Great strength poop goo was a rank 3 goo. Its effect was the same as the poop goo, but its effect was 3 times stronger. The great strength poop goo was not as popular as the poop goo. The higher the rank of the goo, the better. Rank 3 goo ate much more than rank 1 goo. Although the great strength poop goo's effect was strong, using the poop goo a few times could achieve the same effect. There were also cases of doctors misdiagnosing and abusing the great strength poop goo, causing people to die from diarrhea. With the great strength poop goo, it was the second step. Next, Fong Yuan took out the lion roar goo. This goo was shaped like a lion's head. Once activated, it could turn into a millstone-sized phantom of a lion's head, emitting a lion's roar. It was usually used to send a signal to attract or scare away wild beasts. If used well in battle, it could cause enemy goo masters to panic. Fong Yuan activated the lion roar goo and the great strength poop goo at the same time. Thus, such a scene appeared in the air. The lion head phantom opened its mouth and started to swallow the great strength poop goo. But after eating a third of the goo, the lion roar goo could no longer continue, and the lion head phantom even showed signs of collapsing. Thus, Fong Yuan willed and took out a paper crane goo he bought from a shop. This goo had light blue, dark green, pink, and other colors, and was used to send messages. The light blue paper crane goo flew towards the lion roar goo and was swallowed by the lion head phantom. Multitasking. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. Ordinary goo masters who could multitask were already very amazing, but those who could multitask were few in number. This was a powerful talent that allowed a goo master to become a refinement master. Ordinary goo refinement masters would need to use other supplementary goo worms to be able to multitask. Fong Yuan activated the lion roar goo, great strength poop goo, and paper crane goo at the same time, using his own strength. But to him, this was not a talent, but the accumulation of experience. Practice makes perfect for anything. Fong Yuan used 500 years to slowly accumulate, and trained hard for hundreds of years. From multitasking, to multitasking, to multitasking, to multitasking, and even to multitasking. Of course, if he continued, he would need to use supplementary goo worms. After the lion head phantom swallowed the paper crane goo, the light no longer dissipated and condensed back to its original state. Fong Yuan continued to use it to swallow the great strength poop goo. After swallowing another third, the lion head phantom reverted to its old state and was in danger of dissipating. Fong Yuan did not panic. He calmly took out the second dark green paper crane goo. Like this, when the lion head phantom swallowed all the great strength poop goo, it became unstable again. Fong Yuan used the third pink paper crane goo. After the lion head phantom swallowed it, the originally white light suddenly shrunk to half its original size and started to let out light blue, dark green, and pink colors. At the same time, the lion head phantom let out a loud voice. Eat shit, eat shit. The voice reverberated in the secret room, causing a buzzing sound in Fong Yuan's ears. Fong Yuan was not worried about the sound leaking. This was a specialized secret room with strong defense, isolating the inside from the outside. He was overjoyed. This goo was finally refined. This was the breaking words goo. But this breaking words goo could only exist for 10 breaths of time. Once the time was up, it would automatically die. Fong Yuan did not dare to be slow. He activated the breaking words goo to his side. Under the illumination of the light blue, dark green, and pink lights, Fong Yuan's entire body started to emit a dark purple smoke. Eat shit, eat shit. The smoke trembled and churned under the lion head phantom's roars. After 2 breaths of time, the smoke condensed into 2 poison vow goo phantoms. Fong Yuan willed, and the lion head phantom opened its mouth, swallowing one. As it chewed, The poison Val Gu let out a sharp cry of unwillingness before stopping. The lion head phantom opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison Val Gu. After chewing, the poison Val Gu was cleanly eliminated, and not even a trace of dark purple smoke was left on Fang Yuan's body. After a few breaths of time, the lion head phantom let out a soft sound, turning into a three-colored rain of light. The rain of light fell sparsely, illuminating the secret chamber in a splendid manner. Fang Yuan's lips curled up in the rain of light, showing a cold smile. Poison Val Gu? He. Trying to bind me with a poison vow. How naive. But they could not be blamed. In his previous life, 200 years later, this breaking words Gu appeared in the world. It originated from a western desert tribe chief, and after a few decades, it gradually spread throughout the world. After more than 10 years, someone researched the black and white paper Gu and replaced the poison vow Gu. Even the going one's word Gu could not break it. But without the breaking words Gu, 100 years later, confusion black and white Gu appeared, able to break the binding power of the black and white paper Gu. Poison vow Gu, breaking words Gu, black and white paper Gu, confusion black and white Gu. These were only a small part of the struggle between binding and breaking. Before this, there was, and after this, there would still be. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was 500 years ahead of the entire world. It was not difficult to break the poison vow Gu. Once the poison vow Gu's binding was gone, Fang Yuan felt relaxed. Even better, he only removed the binding on his side, while Shang Yizi and Bai Ningbing still had the poison vow Gu's power. This way, against the two of them, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Shang Yizi is a petty person. I took advantage of him. He will definitely take revenge. But I already have a plan. I will let him jump around for a while. As for Bai Ningbing, she is already in my grasp. I can make use of her in the short term. I am not in a hurry to fall out with her. These days, I have split half of my yuan stone. I have bought many Gu, spending tens of thousands of yuan stone. Adding on the banquet, Nanshio Gardens rent, gambling dens fees, Gu worm food and so on. I only have 420,000 yuan stone left. If one does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought of this. He wanted to gather a set of Gu worms. This amount of money seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. Ordinary rank 1 Gu worms had a market price of around 500 yuan stone. Rank 2 Gu worms ranged from 500 to 1,000 yuan stone. Rank 3 Gu worms ranged from 1,000 yuan stone to 10,000 yuan stone. Rank 4 Gu worms ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. Rank 5 Gu worms ranged from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Rank 6 Gu worms had never been sold before. The above prices were only for ordinary Gu worms. Some rare Gu, like liquor worm, although it was a rank 1 Gu, had the price of a rank 2 Gu, and relic Gu's price was even more ridiculous. Green copper relic Gu's price was around 2,000 yuan stone. Red steel relic Gu rose to 8,000, silver relic Gu rose to 50,000, and yellow gold relic Gu neared 300,000. Fang Yuan only had 420,000 yuan stone. He could not afford 2 yellow gold relic Gu. Relic Gu were natural Gu. They could not be refined by Gu masters. Most of the time, money could not buy them. I need to rest in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. 420,000 won't even be enough for 1 year of cultivation. Gu master cultivation relies on large amounts of resources. The higher the realm, the more money they need. I will need to spend even more money in the gambling den. There is a need to find a way to earn money. Shang Clan City was bustling. The competition was intense, but there were opportunities everywhere. As long as you have the ability, earning money was easy. Without ability, you would be eliminated. This was another world of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fang Yuan combined his previous life's experience and his current life's understanding. He had already made up his mind on earning money. Chapter 284. Wei Yang felt vexed. He had been having a headache these days. Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit Fang and Bai, but under Wei Yang's indirect questioning, Fang and Bai did not show the slightest bit of interest. This was normal. Youngsters were hot-blooded and full of ideals. They did not want to depend on others, and felt that in this world, as long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. Naive, so naive. Wei Yang could understand. Wasn't he like this in the past? Thus, he did not directly invite Fong and Bai. To put it bluntly and be rejected by Fong and Bai, there would be no room for negotiation. Wei Yang was shrewd and ruthless. He had already formulated a plan to make Fong and Bai fall into his trap step by step. He did not think of any schemes. For matters like recruitment, both parties had to be willing. Forcefully forcing them would only ruin things. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with Fong and Bai these days, he knew that they would not compromise. Thus, Wei Yang planned to subtly influence them and win openly and openly. He was very confident in this. What do Gu masters rely on to cultivate? Resources. Righteous Gu masters are easy to deal with, but demonic Gu masters, Wei Yang was once a demonic Gu master. He had walked out of the battle stage. He was too clear on the hardships of demonic Gu masters. Gu masters' cultivation could not be separated from yuan stone, Gu worms, and all kinds of food. The higher the cultivation, the higher the Gu masters' needs in this aspect. At the start, Gu masters could rely on their own abilities to satisfy these needs. But as time went on, they would find that their needs would become greater, and the competition would become stronger. Sometimes, they would not even be able to satisfy their own needs. Wei Yang stepped into the battle stage when he was rank 1. From rank 1 to rank 2, to rank 3, he became stronger and stronger, but he also felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. It was like a scholar. The more he knew, the more he would understand his own ignorance. The stronger Wei Yang became, the more he understood his own weakness. An individual was so weak, only by relying on each other, relying on the clan, could they survive. When he realized this, he accepted the olive branch that Shang Yinfei threw at him. This was how he had walked all the way. When Fong and Bai understand their own weaknesses one day, Shang clan's recruitment will be successful. But before that, I can't sit by and watch Fongjing take the wrong path. This will waste his youth and energy, and waste his great aptitude. In Wei Yang's eyes, Fong Yuan's choice of strength was a complete mistake. Young and impetuous, ignorant and ignorant. Strength? In Shang Clan City's battle stage, among the demonic Gu masters that walked out, which one of them was famous for their strength? No. Strength path was a Gu master path destined to be at the bottom, destined to not be able to make it to the top. Do you want to rely on strength to stand out? There was no hope. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. These days, Wei Yang took the initiative to look for Fong Yuan and tried to persuade him several times. However, Fong Yuan refused every single time, and his attitude was unwavering. Wei Yang fully understood the stubbornness of Fong Yuan's personality. He had failed many times. After thinking about it calmly, he decided to change his method of persuasion. Today, he came looking for him again. Brother Wei, you are suggesting that I enter the battle stage and participate in the battle stage? Fong Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yes. Brother Wei relied on the battle stage to cultivate step by step. Good experience has to be shared. Wei Yang's expression was sincere. Next, he raised 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits to participating in the battle stage. First, you can win money. Every time you participate in the battle stage, as long as you win, you can get yuan stone. The more spectators, the more yuan stone you can get. Second, you can get Gu worms. There is a rule in the battle stage. The winner can choose a Gu from the loser for his own use. Third, participating in the battle stage can train your battle techniques, and at the same time, test the power of your Gu worms. That way, you can adjust accordingly. Fong Yuan heard Wei Yang's last sentence and immediately understood. These days, Wei Yang had been trying to persuade him to give up strength path and change to another path. After failing, he decided to beat around the bush and use the battle stage to make Fong Yuan fully aware of the flaws of strength path, making Fong Yuan give up on cultivation of strength path. Strength path is a choice I made after careful consideration. It will help me greatly in the future. How can I change it? But the battle stage is also my next plan. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan nodded and agreed. Wei Yang was overjoyed. Earlier, you only used the battle stage to compete with me. Shang Clan City's battle stage has a complete system. If you want to participate, you have to register first. Follow me. Thus, The two came to 5th Inner City's battle stage. This place was much more lively than 3rd Inner City. People moved about. The bustling noises entered Fang Yuan's ears, and a strong atmosphere assaulted his senses. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th victory. It seems he will rise to 4th Inner City soon. He has rank 3 cultivation. Entering 4th Inner City is a sure thing. Did you see the battle between Wang Dehan and Ma Dequan? It was very exciting. Wang Han lost to Ma Dequan. He lost his most important raindrop gu. He is almost crippled. Zhao Dexiong and Zhang You's battle is about to start. Let's go watch. These two are using strength path. It is not a good fight. I might as well go watch the battle between Xiaoda and Xiao Er. Wei Yang purposely disguised himself. He led the way for Fang Yuan as he said, "You need to obtain 30 net victories in 5th Inner City to advance to 4th Inner City. In 4th Inner City's battle stage, you need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd Inner City." What is net victories? For example, if you win 10 battles and lose 2, that would be 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels. The lowest level is in 5th Inner City, the middle level is in 4th Inner City, and the highest level is in 3rd Inner City. Brother, you are a newbie in the battle stage. You have 0 wins or losses. According to the rules, you have to start from the 5th Inner City's low-level battle stage. Don't be anxious. With my estimation of your battle strength, you will soon rise to the middle level from the low-level battle stage. As for the high-level battle stage, you will need some time. You will need about a year to get there. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. He admitted that Fang Yuan had battle talent, but the strength path could only be flaunted in the low to mid-grade battle stage. In the high-grade battle stage, where there were many experts, the strength path would show its weakness and be suppressed by the other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two arrived at a large hall. The hall was noisy. Gu masters were applying for challenges, checking the number of battles and so on. Some were here to participate in the battle stage. Some were here to watch the battles, and some were here to set up bets. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door with familiarity. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway, guarded by 2 Gu masters. One of them walked up and said to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, "This is the special reception area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang showed his elder token, and the two quickly bowed and let him in. After passing through the passageway, there was another hall, with 4 tables. 3 of them were already receiving guests. This place was much quieter than the hall outside. Fang Yuan used Guyue Fangjing's name to complete the registration. After paying 500 yuan stone, he received a vine information gu. This gu was like a vine, with a wide jade green leaf growing on it. Rank 1 gu. It recorded some information about Fang Yuan. This gu was not bought by Fang Yuan, but borrowed from Shangclan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but could not change the contents. Only Shangclan could. Of course, a rank 1 vine information gu was not hard to decipher. It was just that Shangclan had a backup of the information, and with the supervision of the masses, there were very few cases of falsification. There are not many rules in the battle stage. There is a lot of freedom. If you want to participate in the battle, come here and apply. Shangclan will arrange an opponent for you. They can be stronger or weaker than you. You can also choose a specific opponent, but you need the other party's agreement. Each person has the right to forcefully challenge for a month, and the opponent is not allowed to reject. Other than that, the battle stage has a limit on the number of battles. Each person can only fight once a day. Every 10 days, you have to participate in at least 1 battle, or else your victory count will be deducted. If your net loss reaches 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate, you have to apply again. How about it? Are you interested in a battle today, to test your skills? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception area. The receptionist was very efficient, quickly arranging an opponent for Fang Yuan. The time is at 3:45 p.m. The location is at the 5th battle stage. The terrain is grassland. There was only 7 minutes left until 3:45 p.m. When Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan to the 5th battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a green robe. Seeing Fang Yuan walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Looking at Fang Yuan's appearance, he was clearly a young man. How high could his cultivation be? On the other hand, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage. This was his first battle since coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was a good sign. Fang Yuan walked in. The 5th battle stage was a mid-sized battle stage. It was more than twice the size of the stone battle stage where he fought Wei Yang. The battle stage was covered in green grass. Fang Yuan stepped on it with his leather boots, feeling the soft soil under his feet. There were only 2 to 3 spectators, including Wei Yang, who had disguised himself. Spectators needed to pay Yuan stone. Fang Yuan was only a nameless junior now. His opponent, Tang Qing, had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Dang! A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. I am Tang Qing. The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now? Tang Qing was shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.